tell them, hey man, God loves you, man. I'll tell you guys that. I need some of that Holy Ghost in your life. You guys struggling like me? Struggling with your relationships? Probably got somebody you love that don't love you. I know that deal. Y'all got somebody in your life that they don't love you right? Yeah, y'all got somebody don't love you right. You be like, why don't you love me? After all I did for you. Hey man, you know what? You gotta hang that up. You gotta hang it up. It's a dub. If they ain't loving you like you deserve, hang it up. Listen. You know what you don't want to do? I'm gonna tell you something you don't want to do. You don't want to do what I did. I listened to women who said they loved me, but they didn't want to be with me. And I chased them because I wanted their love. You know what I'm saying? I wanted their affection, you know. And I wanted more than what they wanted to give. But here's the thing. We all have but so many days on this planet. And if you want to have a family, you know, you don't want to start a family at 60 years old. You want to do that. You're tired, your back hurts, you know, you want to chill. You want to enjoy your family, you know. If your kids are grown, then you want to enjoy that. You don't want to just be starting a family. So for some of you men who are out there chasing the young lady, look, I get it. She fine as wine. She got, you know, she packing. She got the bundes. You know, we fame for the bundes because we're built like that. We're supposed to act like that so we can mate and procreate and have a bunch of kids. We're built like that. Listen, some people call y'all, hey, you guys are simping. No, I'm supposed to want to be with the woman. But here's the thing, if the woman doesn't want to be with you, or if she's halfway in, halfway out, or if she's somebody else's woman and you fell in love with her, if she's married, or if she's got a boyfriend, she ain't letting go of that boyfriend, if she's your work wife, if she's your neighbor, you know, she just come over when her man's gone, all that, I'm trying to tell you, you're wasting your time, you're wasting your sperm, you're wasting it. Because listen, ain't nothing but trouble coming out between her legs. And trust me, somebody else is doing the same thing you're doing. And here's the ugly thing about it. When you finally do get a woman, because that spirit is in your life, that woman's going to cheat on you. If you don't get that out your life, you don't get away from that spirit, it's going to jump right on her. She's going to cheat on you. She's going to be out there with her ass turned up to somebody she don't know and come home to you and trying to figure out why she did it. Why? Because the spirit that's in you jumped into her and she doesn't know what's going on, but she can't stop having sex with guys she meets at the, bus stop. It's like that. Women really go through it. Men go through that too. But I'm just trying to tell you guys, you got to get away from spirits that are bad for you. You got to get, and a lot of these spirits hide in people. That's what they do. These spirits hide in people. And when you're around those people, you find yourself wanting to do what they do. If somebody smokes and you're hanging around them, you're going to be like, smoking ain't that bad. Smoking's terrible. It's terrible for you. There's no benefit in smoking. But you're going to start looking at it differently. You know why? Because that spirit is talking to you. Going, you know what? If you just take a little, ain't going to do no harm. No, as soon as it's going to do harm. As soon as you do it, your lungs starting to die. They're starting to turn black. It is what it is. The chances of you getting cancer has gone up exponentially. It's just they can't. They're sick. So that's what happens if your friends are out there fighting with all the time. Rebel. Guess what you're gonna want to do? You'll be like, I want to fight too. Next thing you know, you're behind bars by yourself. You doing 10 years for assault. You went out and punched a man, and the man died. Boom! You hit. Boom! You cracked him in his jaw because woman was beautiful. He dead. I know y'all think I'm making that story up, but that actually did happen. It happened in Spain. An African who was a vendor, street vendor, was watching the people go by, and this Italian guy, they were in Italy, and the guy said, "Your woman is beautiful." Well, the Italian guy got upset and killed the African guy. Like, it was just so unnecessary, but he killed him right there in front of everybody. So I'm saying those spirits, like that spirit of anger that just jumped, like you don't want to do that. You don't want to stop hanging around. Listen, if you're hanging around a bunch of women, if you're a guy hanging around a bunch of women, and you guys are, doing the thing, you're gonna have to stop that. And I know. Especially if you're young, in your 20s, 30s, you're like, I can't get past the beauty. I can't get past the fact that they're giving themselves to me. You're gonna have to stop. Now, here's the thing. That's very hard to do because you're built like that. You're supposed to. But what you need to do is start praying about it. Like, Lord, she is gorgeous. And you're gonna have to say, look, because the word says it's better to marry than to burn. Now what you have to do is you have to move into a state of solitude. Gotta get away from the Bundes. Because the Bundes takes more people to hell than anything. You gotta get it. She fine. She got TNA, the smiles. She's a freak. She just like you. Y'all doing the freakiest. You're like, oh my God, this is unreal. She's a freak, but you know what? She don't want to be your wife. She gonna take you straight to hell. She does not want to be your wife. She wants to be a freak. You gotta get out. And I know it hurts because nobody else is doing you like that, and yet, oh my God, just the spiritual influence is off the chain. She makes you want to go to the gym and get your stomach flat. She just makes you want to go to work and put in the extra hours. She just does it to you, but she don't want to be yours. That's not your wife. And you're gonna have to get up out the bundes. You gotta get up out the bed. You gotta kick her out. You gotta kick her out of your life. You gotta give her the ultimatum. And you really don't need to give her the ultimatum. You just need to tell her you gotta go. It's hard to do when you're young, and especially when there's no bundes around. It's like, oh my God, oh man, I cut off the best bundes. You got to. You're gonna hurt. The spirits are gonna be talking to you. You're gonna hurt. It's going to hurt. But when you come out of it and you get some solitaire about yourself, now you're working for you. Now you're working for the Lord. Now you're like, okay, that was rough. And when you see her, she still wanted. You're like, nah, I can't. Because I know I'm gonna be right back in between your legs, and my whole mind is gonna be concentrating on you. Nah, I can't do it because I know you ain't right. You don't want to be right. You want to be halfway in, halfway out. You looking at the other homies that come around. I know they smashing you or one of something. I know you got somebody because you're not mine. Even if you're the only one, it don't matter. You don't want to be with me. I need a wife. Because the scripture says it's better to marry than to burn. You're going to spend a lot of nights with your tallywhacker sticking straight up in the middle of the night. You're going to spend a lot of nights alone. You're going to spend a lot of nights praying to God to, you need some help because you're full. You're like, I need to do what I gotta do something There's no Bundes. I need the Bundes. There's no Bundes. All these women are. I can't. You gotta go to God with that. You gotta be like, okay, you can't expect me. You gotta be. That's why the Lord says, the Lord says, come to Him and talk about it. He says, let's argue. He says, let's argue the matter. Come to court. He's a judge. Come to court. What's your argument? My argument is I'm 25 years old. I bench press 315 5 times. I run the mile in 6 minutes flat. I make $70,000, and I'm always around beautiful women, but none of them want to be with me. But they want to give me the draws. They like I go to work and they want to pull me into the bathroom. They do the stuff that I like. They beautiful. They freaky. I like that stuff. I can bang. I like that. But according to your word, you says no fornicator will make it into heaven. One of the commandments is do not commit adultery. Even if you look at a woman and lust at her, you committed adultery. Like, it's heavy. Like, you can't be sitting there thinking about some bundes you used to get, or bundes that you want, or bundes that you never had, and you see this beautiful, and you're like, oh man, that girl, the bundes. Can't do it. Because you don't want to commit adultery. So you're like, Lord, this is heavy. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm in my prime of my life. Help me, Father God. And this is for listen, it gets even harder. When you get my age, it's still like that. It's still like you don't get a reprieve once you come off your prime. It doesn't, because now you want younger women because that's how we're programmed. Now, and the thing about it is younger women want you. Like, there's no break for a heterosexual man when it comes to sex. I don't even care if you get married. There is no break for you because there's far too many women in the world and they want you. There is no break unless you separate yourself from them. Because if you go around them, trust me, even if you're on welfare, if you're on food stamps, there are plenty of women who will get with you and you're on food stamps. They will turn that dress up and show you their behind in a heartbeat because they're like, oh, I can just let you smash and then they'll do it. They'll do it. Oh, listen, I've already had this life. Everything I speak of, I speak from experience. I've had this life. This is why I'm telling the young men, this is what some of you guys are going through. So, yeah, Natalie, I've been there. Your female counterparts are nasty. And they'll keep you. You got to understand, the life I lived when it came to females, it started for me early, like 12 years old. They was coming after me like, yo, let's do the thing. And I was like, whoa, what are you talking about? Listen, the first vag I saw was at 8 years old. I'm 8. I had a friend that lived, in the same building as me named Kelly. She's my age. And I used to come outside and play with my Tonka toys, and Kelly would come down the stairs and play too. And we would just, and I ain't know nothing. Nothing. And one day Kelly pulled down her pants in front of me. I stopped cold. I just looked at this and I looked at her and I didn't know what I was speechless. I did not know what to make of it. And the thing about it is my mother was like, I don't like that girl, she's fast. And I ain't believe my mother until that happened. I had no idea what was going on. She was my age. I had no idea that I was being, like that was her modus operandi. I had no idea. Anyways, they moved away. We never did anything. I was 8. I had no interest. But nonetheless, what I'm saying is there are men out there who are alone and they're lonely. And then sometimes they'll get thrusted into maybe a job, or they'll move into a different area, or they'll start doing something, they'll start going out more, they'll still become social, and these women will say, you know what, it's kind of all right. And next thing you know, because we're built to procreate, we easily fall into the hands of someone who doesn't have our best interest in mind. They want what they want, and then they're gonna move on. They're not gonna they're not in it for the long haul. They're in it for the very, very, very short run. And listen, some of them will be around for years, but they will never be your woman. And some of them will leave you, come back, leave you, come back, leave you, come back, but they will never be your woman. And unless you get yourself out of that lifestyle, out of that atmosphere, you're going to do that until you die, because we are supposed to want women. I'm talking about heterosexual men. Listen, it is hard to turn down a beautiful woman. So, Natalie, it's like when you say, "What woman are you talking about?" I don't know what you look like. I'm not asking what you look like, but I don't know what you look like. But let's just say on this, I live in the Midwest, so let's just say you're a Midwest 6. You're a Midwest 6. You could be like a news reporter or something. Those women range from 6 to 8. So you're a Midwest 6 to 8. I mean, you hit the gym. You get your you get Nat be on the tread machine like you got it going on. You got a nice little thing going on. Listen, I don't know if you're single. I don't know if you got a man. I'm not asking if you do, but I'm just building a scenario for you. But I don't know what your age is, but let's just say you're 27. 27, good looking, nice full head of hair. You got the thing popping off. You take care of yourself. You're good looking, you're well spoken, you're educated, you're smart. You meet a guy 34, 35 years old, regular guy, working every day, coming home by himself, whole 9 yards. He sees you, you see him. You know what he's thinking about? The Bundes. Now, if you're like, you know what, I'm gonna give that guy a shot. You guys start dating or whatever, and you're like, I really don't want to date you. I just want you to, bend me over a garbage can and, have your way with me, and then I'm gonna go on about my way. And he's like, wait, what? Like, I'm trying to, like, I thought you was cool. I'm trying to date you. You're like, nah. Just, you see that alley over there? Let's just go over there, and you can just do what you want with me. And then, I'm gonna pull my panties up and go back, to my boyfriend on the west side. He's like, I really, but I haven't, I ain't been with a woman in about a year and a half. You get to talking all this freaky stuff. He's like, the alley it is. He takes you over there. You guys do whatever, ungodly thing, and then you're good. You're good. You're like, hey, same time next week, and he's like, yeah, because he's not getting it. Listen, we don't get a lot of females. We don't. We did the average guy, average money, average looking, average height. We do not get a flood of females that that come to us. Not unless we go into their section, somewhere where they're at, go out and try to, Saturday Night Fever it or something. But the average working guy, he is alone. And then you come along smelling like, flowers and whatnot. Got the shaved legs with the with the swag. He's like, absolutely, I'm not gonna turn her down. I don't care if she's a strumpet tramp. I'm not turning it down. I'm gonna knock her off, and then she's. I'm hoping she comes back on two, and you do this routine for like 2 years, and then you're like, you know what, Jeff? It was cool, but yeah, go ahead and lose my number. And when you see him in public, you don't know him. Now Jeff is 36. Somebody else comes along. Woman does the same thing. Somebody else comes. Now Jeff is 45. No wife, no kids. He's getting older. He doesn't have a son to play ball with or a daughter to teach how to ride a bike. No, nothing. All he had was Nat, Jennifer, Susan, and Micah. And you all have men. You've had men before you met them. You just wanted to get your freak on. And Jeff is on the west side of town, living in a one-bedroom, driving a 1988 Ford Taurus, working at the Five and Dime, just a regular dude. Nothing wrong with him, but he's just a regular guy. This is the story of a lot of men here in America. Actually, a lot of men all over the world. But a lot of men are average now. They're average. So when they see a 6 or 7 pop into their life, they're not going to tell you no. They're not going to be like, nah, I'm not going to do it. What are those, double Ds? Nah. No, they're going to be like, yes. The chances of them saying absolutely is going to be like, yeah. Listen, 8 out of 10 times that guy's going to say, listen, let's do it. Whatever you want. Whatever you want, Matt. Whatever. And here's the thing. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of his seed. Because you got to understand, here in America, the American woman, she doesn't want to marry. The American woman doesn't want to marry. The divorce rate is through the roof. Seriously, I've seen all types of couples out there. And Matt, okay, Matt, let's do it. Matt, okay. What side of the world do you live on? I know you live in the United States, but where you at? You Midwest? Where are you? You East Coast? What do you got? What do you got, Matt? Let's do it. Let's get into it. Okay, Florida. Florida. All right. The dating pool isn't that. Oh, really? It isn't? The dating pool is terrible. Okay, Matt, are you single, married? Let's get some stats on you. What do you got? You single? Since you says the dating pool isn't that bad, I'm going to assume you're single. If you're single, where do you go to look for guys to date? Okay, you're single. So you're dating. So what are you doing? You're bumbling it, or what do you got? You got Facebook, you're dating on Facebook, you're Bumble, Coffee Meets Bagel. What do you got? Give us some information. Because you said the dating pool isn't that bad. And then tell me what your age range is. Like, not how old you are, because women got this thing about their age. They can't tell nobody their age like we give a damn. But, are you in between 24 and 27? Because that's a big deal. Or are you 30, in between 30 and 35? Because those dynamics are different. You don't have that type of wants. What do you like women? See, I'm curious now because you're speaking on the dating pool as if you're dating. You said you're single, and I'm trying to explain to you what it's like to be a single man that comes across a willing female. Like the chance, like especially once we get older, the chances of that just You know what I mean? Not unless we become successful. So if okay, so I don't make a lot of money. I also don't go out. I don't go to clubs. I just don't. I don't feel comfortable there. But if I wanted to, I could. But I just don't. I don't belong there. So let's say I start, you know, not necessarily going to a club, but just going to functions. I really don't like to, but let's say I start going out to functions, right? Meeting people, whatever. And let's say I got a job. Like, I don't know, something happened and boom, I got a job. Job pays me 75K a year. So I go from my status now to 75K a year. Boom. I'm in there, right? I'm at 75K. That's way above average. The average a man makes is $38,000 a year. It's about $136 a day. That's the average male. Let's just say, boom, I'm in there, I'm 75K. I'm doing it. Oh yeah, I'm some manager. I'm managing something. Whatever. Telling the manager, I'm coming in. Hey, do this, do that, do this, do that. It's done. Boom. Give me my money. I'm managing. They like me. I like me. It's all good. I'm making good money. I get a raise every now and then. Whatever. But 75K a year. I have a nice little condo, whatever. I drive a late model SUV, 2021 Chevy Silverado, midnight blue with the 24s on it, not to be specific, but, something like that, extended cab. But, yeah, with a 2-inch lift. But nonetheless, what I'm saying is I look successful. I look successful. I got money that I can spend, but not to burn, but I can spend it. And I can afford a family now. If I want to go in the debt and buy a house, let's just say I acquire a woman, I acquire a mate. That happened not because I look better. No, 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 no. That happened simply because my financial status went up. And women see this. And when they see that, they're like, I can have a baby with this guy and he'll support it. I can marry this guy and he's doing 75, I'm doing 45. I'm not bad. That's not bad. That puts us in the middle class, you know, have 2.3 kids, little retire. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And this is how you women think. What's he? He's 55, 56. That's not bad. Shoot, he blah blah blah. You guys do the numbers on us. That's what you do. You do the numbers on us. So I'll start piquing females' interest, especially if I'm working around them. Then you know what happens? Once one of you finds me attractive, then a bunch of you find me attractive. Because you women think in packs. Now here's the thing. In order to get me, you women are going to do different things in order to get me and keep me. Some of you may not even want to keep me, but you'll want something from me. You'll want my attention. Why? Because other women want my attention. That's it. And that's all. If they didn't want me, you wouldn't want me. But some of you just want a piece. Like, oh, I just want to see what this is all about. Let me dip my head up in the door and give a little peek at tone. What's happening? And that's just that. And you know what happens? Some of you will, you'll drop the draws. Maybe I'll give him a little. I'll give him a little. I don't want to be with him, but I'm going to give him a little. That's what you do. That's how some of you whittle your way into a guy's life, but you don't want to stay there. You go in, and then you Then you got the wife and the woman who's looking at you like wife, and she's like, I'm not gonna give him any. I'm not gonna give him none because I don't want him to think that I'm too loose. Even though you just got done with whoever, but the guy who you want to marry, you're like, I'm gonna play virgin. Ain't been a virgin since middle school, but I'm gonna play like I'm. Yeah. Let's go to church. Let's go to the park. Eh, but we're not stupid. We already know the deal. This is America. What I'm saying is, the more money a man makes, the more tail is thrown at him. And now you have guys who are trying to abstain because they know that the females are not trying to marry them. Yeah, that's what's up, brother. Getting that gem. Everyone is in a relationship around here. Well, where do you live? Oh, let's see. I live in a small town, and men and women that aren't beautiful are married around here. A small town in Florida. Well, okay, let me speak to that. Like I said, it depends on where you're at. For one, when you live in a small town, and I love small towns, I really do. I love small rural towns as long as they're not, just dirt poor. But I love small towns. I love small town activity. I grew up in the '80s, so small town football. I love that type of atmosphere. I love small town. And you know what's in small town? The average people. The Lakers aren't in, you know what I'm saying? You got these small town regular people, they're average looking, and they seem to marry and have children more than city people. It's just like I said, see, where you're at is a whole different atmosphere than where I come from. It's a whole different atmosphere. Now, the thing about small towns is they don't usually run into big cities and do a lot of things in the big city. You know what I'm saying? Their grocery stores are there. The hospitals are close by. The doctor's office, everything's close by. So they don't really have to go into Gainesville. And, you know what I mean? And they don't have to do it. Man, hey, ain't nothing like a small town, bro. Especially if you can get you're married. You know the deal, bro. You can get you a woman to chill with in a small town. You don't want to leave. It's like your own little bubble. You don't want to, everybody. You don't want to leave. You want your kids to grow up knowing everybody. Look, get a woman, get married. You live in a small town, have a couple kids. They grow up to be 9, 10 years old, and then say, look, we're moving. Those kids are going to be like, I don't want to move. I do not want to move. Why? Because their friends are there. They don't want to make new friends. It's like, no, I don't want to make new friends, especially if they're in high school, middle school, high school. They don't want to go. They want to be with their friends because they know them. They'll miss them. They have to make new friends, especially if you're moving into the big city. Oh, they don't want to do that. They're like, well, we're going to where? Well, what part of Florida? No, I'm not doing that. We already know what's there. We're not going to Gainesville. We're not. No, we don't. No, I'm gonna stay with grandma. Grandma stays right down the street. Boom, I'm gonna stay with grandma. I do not want to go to Gainesville. I don't want to do it. I don't want to Miami. I'm not going to Miami. No, the death toll in Miami not happening. I'm not going to Miami. I'm gonna stay with grandma because small town people, they have their little nook of the world, and they love it there. They don't want to leave. They got their baseball. They got their football. You know what I'm saying? It's just a really nice. I would love to live in a small town and have me big old plump something. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. But what I'm trying to say to her is, if she lived in the city or near the city, closer to the city, then her mindset would change, because the faster living, the more people that you're around, just the more things that happens. And also, for one, you said you're single, Matt, but you said the people around you are average and they're married, and it just makes me think, why aren't you married? I mean, not unless you're into other women, but what's your story? Why aren't you married? I mean, if this is your soapbox that you're on. Hey, I live in a small town. Everybody here is married. Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a Jethro or a Bodine? Where's your dude at? Like, where's he at? Why aren't you married? You know what I mean? Look, even in small towns, the rate from men to women is always higher, or from women to men is always higher. There's always more women than there, usually is men. Listen, it's like this all over the world. There are very few, like Nigeria is the one place where there is the same amount of women as there are men. And they die at the same age. And that's very uncommon. But in certain pockets, it's still more women than there are men. So, well, yeah, if you're in just a little nook of the world somewhere, and you're tucked in and you're not going anywhere, well, you're not going to face the plight that most of us are going to face. But yeah, why aren't you married? Where's your dude at? I mean, if it's even Steven right down the middle, if you can walk outside and go to, get some ice cream, and then, Bo is there talking about some AMAC. Weather's warm today. Let's say me and you go on down and jump the broom. Go talk to Father Thompson. Go and get married. I mean, come on, if it's like that, it's like that. If that's the way it is, why aren't you married? Don't have females fighting over him in the Family Dollar. Listen. Ain't no female fighting over me in Family Dollar. You know what I'm saying? Females fighting over me ended 30 years ago. There are no fights over me. And I do not condone such things. But when I was in the military, there was a little skirmish. But we're not going to talk about that. But I'm just saying, but even most people, especially men, grow out of the small town mentally. Well, some people do. Some people do. Like my neighbor, white female, who is about to get married, she is from a small town. Her dad's a farmer. Some big old 6'4" dude. He's a farmer. And like that's what they know. They get up every day, do farming stuff, like that's what he knows. He doesn't want to do anything else. Like that's what he does. Him, her brother, boom, that's what they do. But she decided, you know what? Not for me. So she goes to college. She goes to college for music engineering, something like that. So she's getting a 4-year degree in music engineering. But she's just, I mean, she talked about how small the town is and the high school she went to, and she said, now listen to this. Listen to this. She said, I left because I was not attracted to anyone who lived in my area. See, the basic need to mate made her leave. She's like, there's nobody in high school I was attracted to. I grew up with all those guys. You see what I mean? They all grew up together. She's just like, no, I would just look at them and, just kind of laugh. It wasn't, there's nothing. And she realized the small town she lived in had nothing to offer her. She's like, I'm not going to get married if I stay here. There's a good chance that there are more women where she lives than there are men. And that's a living example living next door. There are more women. So she got out of there, went to college, and boom, met herself somebody, and she's like, yeah, I'm going to marry this guy. Just like that. She didn't go and hoe around. She met a guy. He's a little eccentric. She's like, you're it, buddy. We're getting married. So her small town traditions, that are instilled in her, are working for her. But she had to move to she's like, I had to go. I'm like, well, this is the city. She's like, yeah, I had to leave. There was nothing there. And trust me, there are small towns here in Ohio where you think you're back in the 70s. You would think listen, you can go right down the street and it'll throw you back 25 years. You'll see cars up on blocks. You'll see 1988. I'm telling you, you'll see somebody's old hot rod out there, some dad out there still living the dream. I'm trying to tell you, it is like that. You'll see farmland, all that could shoot. You'll see some horses, cows, all that beautiful small town, just right outside of the city. It's like that. But the fact is, you're still living in an area where there's more women than there are men. And those young ladies are not going to get married if they stay there. So they leave. And now you're thrusted into the city life where everything's faster. Your innocence is going to fly right out the window. Right out the window. You might get into a couple fights, and they're probably going to be with women because women are highly competitive. And, the guys are going to be different. I mean, if you're small town Susan, they're going to know it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get your heart broken if you go out there and start messing with these men. You're going to get broken up because you're one of. I was listening to this YouTuber. She was talking about how this woman wanted to fight her. She's in her 30s. She's like, this woman wanted to fight me because I was messing with her man. And she said, I had to tell her, listen, it's 14-1 in the city we live in. If I'm not messing with your man, somebody else is. She's like, but I'm not a fighter. She told her girl, she's like, I'm not about to fight you over him. But she was explaining to people on YouTube, she was like, listen, if your man is, half decent looking, he's got a decent job, he got a nice little car, we don't care if he's got a woman. We're going to get at him. We're going to come right at him. And that's up to him on, what he's going to do. But she was trying to tell it, sis, don't be mad at me. Because, I didn't know who you were, but he entertained me. And even though he said, I got somebody, she was like, so what? Because the pillow, pillow gets lonely. She was like, it didn't matter. Yeah, I knew he had someone, but it's 14-1 in the city. Those are dangerous numbers. So yeah, she was giving up the box. But you see what I mean? He doesn't have to be Michael B. Jordan. He can just be, Mike that works at the local fix it, fix some cars or delivering furniture. But Mike got a job. Mike is healthy. Mike's gonna get hollered at. He gonna like, yo, I got a woman. You know what I mean? I got a woman. That's what I got a woman. So what? What she got to do with me? What your girl got to do with me? Well, shoot, all right, then. And that's how it go. Chin check, dude, like Sir Charles Barkley. Yeah. That's what happened to me in the ATL. I didn't date anybody in the ATL. I didn't date any woman in the ATL. I went there. It was faster than what I wanted. I left. I was still dating chicks from Ohio. I'm from Pittsburgh. Atlanta is faster than Pittsburgh. But even Pittsburgh right now is too fast for me. Like the women in Pittsburgh are completely different than the women in Atlanta and in Ohio. The women in Ohio play games. Women in Pittsburgh and some of those other majors in New York, Philly, no games. None. They scared me. Those women were like, what's up? They were gaming on me. I was like, wait, what? She's like, yeah, let's go out to my car. I like, do what? She was like, we can get it in. It's like, no, I'm good. Now you beautiful though. Beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. I just wanted to dance. I'm on the dance. I'm cutting out. She's like, yo, let's. Listen, I don't need to get on here and lie about anything. You guys don't pay me to get on you. I don't make any money telling you guys this. I don't ask for your money. I might make 1 cent off of this video. No, but I'm saying, I'm not telling you these stories for anything other than just so you know that this is my life I'm talking about. But yes, that really did happen to me. More than once. I've had women do this more than once. More than once. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. This is why I speak to the young man like, if you can find a woman to get married, get married. And it's not like everything is hunky-dory when you get married either, because marriage is a whole different institution. I mean, now you got one woman to deal with. If you can't get any from her, then you're hurting. Because nowadays wives are shutting down the Bundes and they're telling their husbands, no, I'm not giving. And then the husbands are going crazy. Husbands are getting highly upset, and now you have all this violence in the house. Why? Because the woman doesn't want to sleep with him anymore. Because she knows that's her thing. He's like, I married you for the Bundes. And she's like, yeah, but now that there's a ring on it, you can forget. He's like, okay, well, And she's like, you know what? Let's get a divorce. He's like, well, why? Just give me the book. No, I don't want to do it. Let's get divorced. And then she takes everything he has. Stop acting like it ain't true, because we all know it is. And it's all public record. We know this is what's going on. The women are shutting down the Bundes. The guys are getting highly upset and they have nowhere to go because they know that this woman is going to take them for everything they have. And that's what's happening. These guys are getting completely raped in court. Raped. Look, these guys end up sleeping in their cars. And it's a very sad situation. Now you have millions of men who just don't want to be with a woman. Millions. No, I'm not doing it. It doesn't mean we don't want one. We would love to have a good, loyal woman. But you know how, that is a needle in the haystack. And listen, I was looking at this story and I thought it was fascinating. This white dude had a decent amount of money, married this woman who was 20 years younger than him, beautiful woman. And after he married her, he took her to Puerto Rico. It's like, come on, honey, let's go to Puerto Rico. They go to Puerto Rico, she's all, yeah, living a life. He goes, finds a lawyer, and divorces her without telling her. 20 years later, she's like, you know what? Rick, it was good. It was good, Rick. It was good. I'm going to go ahead and go. I'm going to go ahead and get a divorce. Well, when she got herself a divorce lawyer, he just handed her the papers and said, hey, listen, you're already divorced. You were divorced 20 years ago. When you went to Puerto Rico, your husband divorced you because that's the one place you can go where both spouses don't have to be involved. He said, I did it because I knew, that she was going to eventually divorce me and take all my money. What? He was ahead of the game and he knew it. And how did he know it? Because this is what women are doing. They're not staying. Once they get bored, they're leaving. And they're and because they've been with you for over 6 months, they can clean out your wallet. They can clean out your bank account. She did 20 years with this man and said, I'm leaving. Where are you going? She found herself a pool boy or something. Like, I'm going to take all your money. No, she got nothing. Nothing. Look at Safari, that dude Safari. The woman he was married with, he got 2 kids by her. 2 kids. Safari made $68,000 a month. The woman he's with, though, she doesn't make that much. But she was just like, okay, let's get a divorce. Yeah, cool. I got your 2 kids. I'm gonna get 100% custody. I'm going to get custody. So you know what she thought? I'm about to get paid. Wrong. She found out very quickly that she's not about to get paid. All he has to pay her is $4,000 a month for 2 children. 4 G's. Tyrese was paying $13,000 a month. 13. Nas, when he divorced Khalees, she wanted $50,000 a month. And Dr. Dre, his wife wanted some 200. Look at Kanye West. Oh my God. Kanye West pays $200,000 a month. Women are not staying. They're leaving. They're not. They're shutting down the kitty early. Once they have them babies, they got all kind of reasons why you get no sex from them. For years. No. $100%. But the amount of money these people ask for is completely ridiculous. It has nothing to do with the child. It has something to do with the lawyers. That's what I'm saying. Guys get stuck. And listen, Kim K, too, because she got half the rights to Kanye's businesses. I mean, Kim K came up and to her in the best way, but it's all gonna come bite her in the ass. But I'm just saying that, guys, we get stuck because we want a beautiful. Look at what Lars Pippen did. Just look at Lars Pippen. Scottie Pippen's beautiful wife, he's got kids with. I got kids with you. Lars Pippen, while she was married, met Future and got on his airplane, his private plane, went to his house and was getting banged out in flip flops. And Future was so enamored that he's banging this man's wife in the most foul way. He wrote a song about it. And then talking about some, no disrespect, but no, that is the ultimate disrespect. You bang the man's wife out, and then you're going to make a song about it and let everybody know what you did. How much more disrespectful can you get? Oh my God, this is one of the worst women in the world. Not only that, she turns around and now she's getting banged out by Michael Jordan's son, knowing that Scottie had a beef with Michael Jordan. She's running around with your enemy's son. Yeah. Okay, he may have been a serial cheater, but he wasn't doing that. He didn't go to her enemy and was knocking her down. Nah, bro. Look at was Stephen Smith, the story he told. Yo, we know these basketball players are not upstanding people when it comes to, Shaq and, we know that they are all, Magic Johnson, we know that they're all doing their thing. But what I'm saying is the woman is leaving the man in most divorces. Scottie was married to Lars. And Lars was like, I'm leaving. Listen, Lars Pippen didn't meet Scottie and say, this is the only cooch that you're going to get. That's not what they're doing. No, none of those women who are running around with these basketball players are going, this is the only box that you're going to get for the rest of your life. Not one woman is thinking that. Not one woman in her right mind is dating an apex basketball player making $200-300 million a year, bringing in all that money with all that attention, traveling all over the globe, thinking, he's not going to get any more box until he comes back to America to this box. There's no woman in her right mind believes that, especially when you're playing for one of the hottest teams that there is. No one, listen. Not even the couple who you think is the most dedicated. I don't even think that woman believes that. Now, you might have some situations where it never happened. There are some really good, upstanding guys that play on these basketball teams. There really are. And they don't want to be with whores. They want to be with one woman. Facts. But the women still have it in their mind that it's a good chance, that if these guys are in a hotel and they're lonely, the stories that they tell, how these women will find out what hotel you're in and they will just come and beat down your door just to sleep with you. But I was basically talking about the average guy who isn't getting any and then runs across, a woman who's a Florida 6. Not Miami, Florida 6. Gainesville, Florida 6. Miami is different. That's just different. That's different. That's a different planet. But you know what I'm saying. An average guy run up on an above average girl or her run up on him. See, this is the dynamic now. Now you're starting to see the average man running around with an above average woman. Look at 90 Day Fiance. I mean, Ed is not attractive at all, but she entertained it. It might have been just for the show, but here's the thing: there are thousands of Eds out there, and you listen. I've seen some short, regular, degular. Like this guy is not that dude. Female, bomb, and loyal, and taller than him. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. Matter of fact, she does all the talking. And this guy just stands. He's a suit and tie dude. And they would come to the club, and she would be like 5'9". This dude was like maybe 5'3", 5'4". Glasses. Didn't look like he could throw a haymaker to save his life. His woman, big old Bundes, ridiculous looking. Just fine. And she knew we were all looking at her. And she would just stand out. We would all be standing out in the parking lot. She'd be standing out there talking to everybody. But guess who she's going home with? That little dude. That was her husband. She made it. No, she didn't wander around and entertain dudes. No, her husband stood right there. She stood right there, and she'd just be talking to, whatever. She made it known. This is mine. And no man pushed up on her. Nobody. We all respected him. All of us. And there are basketball players coming in and out of there, OSU players running in and out of there. That's where I met the OSU women's basketball team. And they were all taller than me. So there's plenty of, Maurice Claret was running in and out of there before he robbed the place. But I'm just saying there's a lot of, Eddie George and all that back then. She could have had her choice. She was like, nope, I'm going to stick with whatever his name was. And that's what she did. And we respected it. We respected her and him. And we respected him more because we noticed she wasn't dancing all. She had a huge Bundes. But she wasn't trying to get guys to. No, she didn't do none of that. She didn't have not one bit of disrespect in her. And we looked. She didn't curse. She wasn't talking crazy. She wasn't acting a fool. Nothing. She was happy and he was quiet. It was all over, boom. They get in their car and they leave. And that was it. That's all. Much respect. You know how hard it is to find that? A good-looking woman, very attractive. Everybody thinks she's attractive, and she's loyal to you. It's hard to find that, but it's possible, even more so because, we all know that there's a new model rolling out of high school every year. There's a new fine-ass college student every year. Something, they're too young. Okay, fine. We know that there's a new college graduate every year. How about that? No? Still too young? Fine. We know that there's a new grad school graduate. How about that? No, that's still too young? She's 25. What? What are we doing? She's 25. What? She's still what? You can't look at a 25-year-old. She's 25. She's been on her own. Grad school. You can't. Women, you can't look at. Shut up. She's 25. Women keep other women single. Oh, girl, don't go over there and talk to him. because your ass is single and lonely. She wants to keep you single. Oh, girl, let's go over here and just be girls. Some of these women are starting to wake up. They're like, man, wait, what are you gonna do for me? We're just gonna sit up here and cackle at men all night? No, I need to have a child. You can't give me a child. No, you stay over here and cackle. I'm gonna go over here and see what he's talking about. Cackling hyenas. Y'all want to cackle and talk about men? No, I'm going to find a man. I'm not dealing with all this stupidity you got going on. I'm 25. I need to, get some of this going on because I'm trying to have some shorties. You know what I mean? Somebody take care of me when I'm 60. You gonna be by yourself with a bunch of cats. No, I'm trying to say now these women, listen, now women are really waking up, especially after they're realizing they've been lied to by other women. Sierra putting out that song was a mistake. Talking about all the single women doing it by themselves like me. Like, Sierra, what are you talking about? Doing it by yourself? You're married to Russell Wilson, who's a very rich man for the rest of his life. You have a child by Future. Future would spend $3 million a year just on loose women. $3 million. Hey, Sierra, you're not doing it on your own. You ain't been doing it on your own ever since you was messing around, making music with Jazzy Faye. You haven't, no. You ain't been doing nothing on your own, Sierra. But you're married. But Beyonce been lying to you. All the single ladies, Beyonce, ain't you married when you made that? I got the hottest chick in the game wearing my chain. Wait a minute, Beyonce, what are we talking about? All these women, Cardi B, I don't cook, I don't clean. Video, Cardi B cooking and cleaning. They lying to you because the media tells them what to say in order to keep women single. The media, the people who control the music, say, hey, we'll make you famous, Meg Thee Stallion. You talk about your ass all the time. We don't want to hear nothing intelligent come out of your mouth. Not one word. We don't want to hear nothing about coming together as a group and, building heritage. We don't want to hear you say anything that Queen Latifah would say. We don't want to hear you talk like MC Lyte used to talk. We don't want to hear you talk like Poe Righteous Teachers, Chuck D. We don't want to hear none of that positive stuff. Megan is a agent of chaos. Anybody who's putting out music to make women stay single and to make them think it's okay to be promiscuous is an agent of chaos. She is an agent of chaos. She is being used by the Jewish people in order to put out music to make women not want to be married to a black man. Yeah, they're all following the same recipe. So what? Who cares? It's trash music. No, it's not entertainment. That's not entertainment. It's not entertainment. No. You're totally. It's not. No, brother. Hold on a second. You guys. No, that's not entertainment. No, it's not. It's not entertainment. It's programming. With Megan Thee Stallion, Gorilla, Glorilla, all them. And no, it's all programming. All programming. This is why you don't hear stuff like what Lauryn Hill was doing. You didn't hear Lauryn Hill say one word about going out there and being promiscuous. She was talking about the detriments of going out there and doing that. She's like, you do that if you want to. That's what that thing was about. That thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all programming. It's all controlled by the Jewish people. Listen, the Jewish people came out and said that they took over the hip hop music and well, they took over the airways pretty much, and said, in a way that RCA and Jive Records, what they did is they took over the publishing. Yeah, for the worse. Yeah, they took over the publishing. They said the music that was being made back in the 90s, they wanted to get rid of that because it was boring and it was all positive. Now you have, little this and little that, and they all talk about killing each other. They all say the same thing. I don't know who's who anymore. They all talk about screwing somebody else's woman, running up into your house, selling drugs, carrying an extendo. Everybody's a badass because they carry an extendo. Yeah, and when these monkeys end up in jail, I don't feel sorry for them. Look at those 3 guys that killed XXS Tentacion. They got life. Life. None of them was over the age of 25. Life. Life in prison. No, it's not entertainment anymore. It's programming. Lil Kim, her too. They got Salt and Pepper for doing the same thing. Yeah, times have changed. Rough Riders did the same thing. And Rough Riders, they were in between that though. Because the leader of the Rough Riders, he was coming out saying he was coming out with all different kind of music, but none of it was edifying. It was all street. 15 million albums sold, but it was all street stuff. Like nobody wanted to hear, when they was talking about, being married and let's get married. Those R&B groups, they're gone once the 90s ended. That's it. Nobody's singing like that anymore. It's all come over here and and let me bang you out. Let's go half on a child, which is the most stupid. The music is ridiculously skewed towards being a single, being a single mother, being a father that's not going to be there, being poor. Because listen, the nuclear family has more money than the single mother and the single father. That's just the facts. The nuclear family is better off. Listen, the child from a single mother has more propensity to be violent than a child from a nuclear family. These are the facts. Most of the men that are in jail are from single mothers, single mother households. This is a fact. Most of the men who do, and this is most men and women, who do crime, single parent household. Now, when you look at music and you look at what the Jewish people did and how they only promote this, this violent music. Listen, Erykah Badu, her music, her neo soul style of music, very comforting. Her and other neo soul But a lot of that is pushed to the background. The more violent music is the rap music, with everybody with little in front of their name, even though they're grown ass adults. You're not little, little Juan Juan. You're 30. You're 30. What are you? You're 30. But see, Jill Scott and music like that, D'Angelo. I'm saying that music isn't as popular as what these rappers. I mean, these rappers, Lil Wayne. Oh my God, Music Soul Challenge. Yeah, all that good, wholesome music, all pushed to the back. All that, I want to be with you. I want to, marry you. I want to be in love. All that pushed to the back. No, it's violent. I want to cut you, stab you, beat you, screw you over, screw your friends over. You know, the I ain't have to hit the chick because her baby daddy beat on her. And skied on her and peed on her. This is what's popular. This is what you're listening to. I don't cook. I don't clean. I got some wet, twat. Some wet, married twat that's had 2 children or a child. Come get this married, used vag from a nearly 30. Yeah, Black Eyed Peas, great music. But you don't hear that music no. I mean, Black Eyed Peas did not represent black people. I'm talking about the music that represents black people. Black Eyed Peas, they were very commercial, very smart, but very commercial. Didn't he pass away? Wasn't he the one that would slow down the music? Yeah, I liked him. He passed away from lean, didn't he? That's another thing. Listen, Little Wayne, but listen to what they promoted. They promoted lean, cough syrup, soda, and something else, some drug in it. And this is what they would constantly drink. And then one of them died from it. That's how Pimp C died, from drinking lean. Dead. At what, 33? Dead, gone, dead. From trying to be hep. I'm gonna drink this purple in the purple cup. I'm gonna pop these drugs. These pill popping, drinking idiots. They're not doing nothing for it. Come on. Now I like to be some Pimp C. But I just don't like I don't like to hear rap that tears us down. Because we're already up against it. Just think if all of the negative music that's being played, if we just turned it all off. If we just turned all of it off and we had nothing but positive music on the airwaves. If we didn't buy any negative music, if we didn't support anybody talking about killing our babies, because that's what you're doing. They're talking about shooting children. They're talking about killing the mothers. And they're doing this. They're actually going out and shooting the mothers while they're holding their children. Listen, America's turned into a third world country. They do this in Rwanda. They don't do this over here. No, this is happening here in the city. You think it wouldn't surprise me if someone did? I mean, he was supposed to had, slept with Beyonce. And we all know how Jay gets down. We know how Jay gets down. We know how Puff Daddy gets down. These people, listen, they're not nice. They play the end game. You mess around with them. Listen, why do you think nobody bothers those people? Because they got them boys. They got the dangerous white dude on speed dial. They don't got a bunch of hood brothers that'll go and shoot up your block. Nah. They got the dude who will hit you with cyanide. They got the woman that'll come in your life and end you by putting something in your drink and then walking away. You don't even know what hit you. No. Yeah. You don't mess with those dudes. No, ain't nobody running up on Puff Daddy. This is the problem that they remember when the Locks had a problem with him. And the Locks went on Hot 97 talking about Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy was listening to the whole interview. He had enough. He called them in the middle of the interview when they was talking to Angie Martinez. Puff was sitting up he was like, hold on. They talk about me. It was like, yo, why y'all saying all that stuff about, and it was like, because it's true. Ever since we signed a contract with you, when we made All About the Benjamins, you are a paper gangster. And it made us, he said, y'all ain't gonna kill nobody. He said it makes us mad enough to kill for because we had to go and write and make other, just write for people. We can't go and make our own songs because you have us on a gangster contract. And he said, why don't y'all come talk to me? They said, because we know you'll have the National Guard waiting for us. This is the Locks we're talking about. This is what the Locks said. Yeah. Yeah, they got the boys. You're not messing with Jay-Z on any level. Deadlift, 1 success, 5 plates. Okay. 1 fell. 5 plates, though. That's a lot of weight. I'm not trying that. But I'm saying, you can't mess with Puff Daddy. On no level. And these guys are right in New York. They're in the belly of the beast. You can't mess with none of them. Nobody can. Because they're answering to them boys upstairs. And they will come and turn your whole family's lights out. Your whole family. And be sitting up smiling about it. Blood for blood, though. When you play blood sports, you got to deal with the spirits behind them. So, you got to pray for those guys. But God loves them. So, hopefully their life will be right before they die. That's a lot of weight, man. That's 495, right? My back hurts just thinking about that. That's a lot of weight. But yeah, God loves you, man. The Lord loves you. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. What you got? You want to ask me a question? What do you got? You may ask me a question, small town Floridian. What you got? Is she still here? Yeah, she might have left. I'll answer it. Yeah. Small town, what you got? So in your old video, the guy that fell, what happened? Small town, you've been looking through my videos. Cause that video is gotta be three, let's see, 1, 2, 3, that's almost 4 years old. Because I remember the people who used to live here, they moved out about 4 years ago. For one, that guy still lives here. I saw him the other day. He's an old rich guy, lives by himself. Lives by himself. So nothing happened to him. I helped him up. And whenever I see him, I watch him closely because, I don't want nothing to happen to him. So, yeah, I saw him the other day. He's always by himself, but he's got us to look after him, even though I don't know him. You know, people like me aren't trying to see anything happen to him. Well, thank you for asking, but he's fine. You know, he's got a nice car. That little Ford. That's a nice little Ford Mustang. He's just an old guy. He's probably 80 years old. He's probably 75, 80 years old. But he's up and he's walking. You know what I mean? And yeah, I saw him the other day. I was riding my bike, and nobody messes with him. He's quiet. I mean, he could be, a little spitfire. Who knows? But if he needs my help, I will help him. And he was grateful. He wasn't like, "Get away from me," because this. He could have easily been somebody who fought at Pearl Harbor in 1948. Yeah, well, hopefully I'll make it to his age, and I'm sure I'm not going to be. Hell, I've already fallen down the steps, so I'm pretty sure, 30 years from now, I'm not going to be spry. You know, you know, my knees already give me trouble, so I already know what's coming down the line. Yeah, but it ain't gonna make my knees any better. So yeah, I'm already looking at that. There's another guy around here too. He's a little younger. He's probably 65 or so. Older guy. He stays with his two cats. I ride past him all the time because I mean, I can see his place. I watch him too. He comes outside, sits on the stoop, has his two cats, and say hello to him. But, you know, he doesn't know I'm watching him, but I am. Something goes down, then I will go over there and help him. 100%. 100%. Yeah. Because they're not, you know, I'm a strong person. I can pick up a washing machine like it's, I can just pick it up. I move around heavy stuff. You know, I'm a strong person. So if they need my strength, I'll help them. I mean, my joints don't feel like they used to, but if I need to, push something for them, I will help them get something up the stairs. I'll help them. That's what I got these muscles for. You know what I mean? Help people like that. But yeah, I don't. Uh, uh, uh. Now I don't say anything to these guys except hello. You know, but when they cross my path, I just kind of glance and see if everything's okay, and keep going. I don't get into their business or ask them questions. But if I see that they need some help, I will ask them, if you need some help. Now, I do the same thing if I come across, because I deal with refrigerators a lot. And, when you're moving a refrigerator out of your house, okay, so when a customer wants to sell their refrigerator, they post it and I go buy it. Sometimes it's a guy there who's like 65, 70 years old. Like yesterday, I went all the way out to, I drove an hour one way because a guy wanted to get rid of his washer. He just gave it away because, it was malfunctioning. I don't know what they look like when I talk to them on Facebook, but I get there, this guy's like 75 years old. Still trying to help me move this washer, and I appreciated his help. You know, but he get to talking to me about all kind of stuff. Like I understand it. I mean, he's living by himself. I get it. So a lot of times, the people I deal with are older. Sometimes old ladies. Sometimes the old ladies, they want you to come back because they don't have anybody. Met one lady, she was 60 years old. She was like, I don't have anyone because my husband died. She wasn't bad looking either. But she wanted me to put her dishwasher in. I had sold it to her and I said, I don't put them in because of the water damage. She's like, now I have to hire somebody to put it in. I was like, yeah. She's like, because I don't have anybody because my husband died. And I felt for her because, I mean, you did what you were supposed to do. Then your husband died. I mean, he's an older dude. He died. But the way she said she didn't have anybody, I was almost compelled to try to put it in, but I knew I would have mucked it up. I would have messed it up. But I ran across another lady like that too. Except she had kids. She was like, "Yeah, if you want to come by, I'll fix you something to eat. Come on by." So a lot of older women are lonely because their husbands are gone. I never went by her house, but I understand it. Now, there's this one lady that I I think I bought her refrigerator. Oh, I sold her a refrigerator, and then she wanted me to do some other stuff, but she really wanted me to come up to her house and do some stuff around the house, and I didn't want to do it because it takes time and effort, and I'm like, if I'm not getting paid for it, and I could tell she was trying to get me into that that groove of just come by and help me do all this. I'm like, no, you have a son. Like, ask your son to do it. I'm not going to do it. But he's got a woman, so he's cleaving to his woman, not thinking about his mom that much. He'll help her do stuff, but he's got this woman he's trying to put a baby in. You got a whole nother life. So what's that? That leaves her. Right. So that leaves her by herself. Big old house, nice house. But when she sees me, she's like, oh yeah, I can get him to. No, you can't. Not without paying me. You can't get me to just come to your house and do stuff. You have to pay me to do that. And I think she kind of got that point, and I haven't heard from her since, which is fine with me. But I'm not just gonna come by because you're a sweet old lady. Hell no, it costs too much in gas just to. No, I'm not gonna do that. I have no obligation. And you have a son. You're like, that's what your kid is for. So I am a nice guy, but I'm not that nice. I'm not going to let my niceness get in the way of money. I like money like everybody else. I need it. So I can't be on your speed dial when I need to make money. I'm not a mean guy. I'm a nice guy, but women, try to do their woman thing on you. And I only let it go, but so far. And then I drop the hammer down. I mean, if I'm not, like, I don't, yeah, like, I mean, if you're a pretty woman, you can get guys to do stuff for you because you're pretty. If you're pretty and sexy, you definitely can get guys to do stuff for you. However, if there's a time limit on that. Yeah, there's a time limit on how much, even if you're beautiful, there's only so many times that I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna go over there and do something for you for free. Eventually, you're not gonna be able to call me. Hey, could you come over and be like, no? And then they stop calling me because they get the point. There's no benefit in me coming over there, and especially when you're not cheesing at me, you're not giving me any affection. You're going, thank you, and bye. Oh no. No, you're gonna pay me. There's no thank you. No, that'll be, $100. Oh, I don't have. Okay, well, that's it for me. That's it. I can't help you anymore. Yeah, and a lot of times I don't even want it. I want to put some more money on my Bitcoin. That's what I want. I wanna buy more Bitcoin. You can keep your pants on. I want to buy Bitcoin. Some pretty women, they don't get that through their head until you hit them with it. Like, no, I'm not coming. I'm not coming. You can't call me anymore. So my phone stays dead. No woman calls me to come and do stuff for them because they know I'm not going to do it. I had a neighbor, she used to do that. And then her boyfriend would pull up, go in there and bang her out. But she wanted me to keep coming over there and doing stuff. I was like, no, I'm going to charge you for that. And once I start talking about money, she every time she called me after that, she knew what it was. She was like, how much would it be to, and I'm like, see, now you're talking. Now you're talking right. She called me over there the other day. She seen me walking, wanted me to come over there and look at her washer. She's like, how much would it be to fix it? I looked at it. I said, it'll be $50 for me to fix it, plus, what I have to buy. She knows I'm not gonna come over there. Your man is sitting right there. She's like, this is my boyfriend. I walk in the house, there's your boyfriend sitting right there on the couch. But she knows I deal with appliances. She's like, this is my boyfriend. Yeah, I'm charging you. I'm charging you. This is my boyfriend. I'm charging you because I can't get nothing out of you. I'm not going to get any food out of you. I don't want to sleep with you. There's another lady that used to live here, and she used to want me to do stuff for her all the time, but I told her I'm not your husband. She got mad as fire. I'm like, I'm not your husband. Can you come over? No. No, I'm not going to. Can you move? No. I told her point blank, I'm not your husband. Well, what do you try? I said, a ham sandwich. Make me dinner. It took her the longest time to get it through her head. And finally, one day, she was like, I need you to do, I'll make you dinner. I went in there and did it. I'm not going to build up your garden and do all this stuff and bust my ass. No, you're going to do something that's going to benefit me. I like to eat. I like money. Can you move this heavy item? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Feed me, I'll do it. You don't want to feed me? You don't want to give me no money? I'm out. I'm not doing it. So her grandson would come over and do it. I'm like, that's what it is. Have your grandson do it. Don't have me do it and you're not going to pay. You're going to give me something. So it's either food or like these women around here, they try that whole flirt with you and then get out of here. You're not gonna flirt with me and then have me over. This woman wanted me to move this whole big ass cabinet. I was like, by myself. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Could you help me move this? Help me means can you move it? No. Just because I'm a big guy doesn't mean I'm just going to be moving stuff around. But you know how much energy it takes for me to. Why do you think I don't go to the gym all the time? Because it costs so much in energy. I don't get it back like I used to. It costs me energy to move heavy stuff. It just costs so much. I'm just like, no. You make me a big ass dinner and I might move some stuff for you. And once they, start figuring it out, old girl would just make me dinner randomly and just bring it over and be like, here, I made you dinner. She got the point. And I already know what that is. She makes me dinner. She's going to ask me to do something. And sure enough, the next day, could you come over? And I'd be like, all right, I'll look at it. Because you made me, pork chops with the, good, good. It was good. I'm like, yeah, I'll look at it. Yeah, what you got? It's just that easy. But you ain't gonna do nothing for me, like nothing. You're not gonna do nothing. You're just gonna thank you. This stomach does not run off of thank yous. It just doesn't. Women try that. It turns me off. I like it when a woman offers me something, has a trade. She's like, listen, even if it's $2, can you come and look at my, dishwasher? I got. At least offer me something. Sometimes I want, like, I had a lady who lived over here. She wanted me to look at her washer, a washer or her dryer. I think it was her dryer. I went in the house, looked at it, told her what I thought it was, came back upstairs because it didn't, I just had to tighten something up. And what happened is it was dirt was coming in from the outside. So I, did a little, tightened it up, took a few minutes, not a big deal. Went back upstairs, she was reaching in her wallet. That's what I'm talking about. Reach into that wallet. She was digging in her wallet, about to pay me, and I said, no, I'm good. She's like, are you sure? I said, yeah, I'm cool. It was nothing. Because it didn't take me any time. I mean, it took me like 5 minutes. I went down there and looked around and said, oh, tightened something up, and it was done, But if it took me a half an hour, yeah, it took her money. 100%. And a hug. And a peanut butter and jelly. With a 7-Up. Damn right. Yeah, I would have done it. I'd have been like, thank you for the 20 and the peanut butter and jelly. Choosy mothers, choose Jeff. Choosy mothers, choose Jeff. Damn right. Yeah, I've had women ask me to do all kind of stuff because they're like, oh, Tone's a handyman. Yeah, Tone likes money. Tone likes money. Women don't be wanting to give up nothing. I'm cute, so you'll do it. You'll do it because I'm cute. No, I won't. I'll laugh at you. No, I will not. My days of hunting down tail is over. I look at a woman, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. Shoot. I need one right now. I'm hungry. I'm always hungry. I was raised in a different culture. Men always help women. Well, listen. Those women know. In your culture, there is no woman who is sitting around doing nothing for a man that comes over and helps her. I guarantee that right now. She isn't doing absolutely nothing. She's not just going, thank you, Mr. Smith, and then he's going on about his business, and then he comes by the next day, does the same thing. He's working on something for hours. No, that's not happening because energy. It takes too much energy to come over, move something. He ain't fixing a car for nothing. I bet the guy who fixes the toilet, the guy who's the heat in your house, the man who fixes the car, I bet Mama so-and-so isn't just going, thank you very much, and not giving him nothing. She's giving him something. She's paying us probably money. He ain't coming over and getting absolutely nothing. And if she was smart, she'd cook for him too. While he's out there toiling with that, beat up ass truck, trying to get it going, she'll bring him out a sandwich and some lemonade. And after he's done, she will pay him so he'll come back. Because if you don't, we're not coming back. some other woman who's just as good looking as mama is calling us too. We're going to answer their call before we're going to answer yours. That's how it is. If you want our attention, if you want our muscles, if you want our know-how, if you want our expertise, the best thing for you to do, for one, be a lady. Two, food goes a long way. Three, it doesn't hurt if you, if you look nice. If you just look nice, just look nice. If you come out with the bonnet, and if you're completely unattractive and loud and you smell, no, we don't want to. No, we don't want to. We don't. We're not. But if you look presentable, you look and you're respectful, that goes a long way. It goes a long way for us. So, I don't know what you're talking about, but, over there in, Throw a Hat, Florida, hey, men are men all over the planet. We don't do something for nothing. We're all hungry. We're all burning through cells at a very high rate. We're all hungry. You can call a guy right now and ask him if he's hungry, and he'll say yes. Ask him, did he just eat? He'll say yes. Because we burn through food like you don't even realize. Oh, yeah, we want that too. Yeah. That's why these wives, see, the smart wife is the smart wife. She's respectful. She even if she has a little sass about her, she's careful with it. She never compares her man to another man. She never does that. She never belittles her man. Her man can be just regular. She know he ain't no super athlete, but she ain't never gonna tell him that. She ain't never gonna be like, you got the littlest, penis in the whole. She because guess what? He gonna be like, really? Got you. My little penis is going somewhere else because some woman out there is happy with it. No, she gonna be like, you know what? You do it for me. Because he's gonna have all the confidence in the world. And then he's going, after he takes a nap, he's going to get up and go fix something. He's just going to do it. I used to date a woman when I came over her house. I already knew she wanted me to jump up and down on her for hours. So you know what she'd do? She would cook for me. She cooked chicken and rice and something else. She'd make sure it was a lot. And I'd sit there and I already knew what time it was. She wants me to, stroke her down. And once I hit the shower and everything, it was time for me to do my due diligence. I already knew what it was. That's why she kept me around. She'd be like, "Oh, you must be hungry," and she would take me out to eat. She'd be like, "Oh, you're a little cranky. Let's go out to eat." She'd drive. I'd be in the passenger sleep. Wake up, go into the restaurant. I wouldn't even order my food. She would order everything that I wanted. Sit there and eat, talk it up. She'd leave a tip. I didn't have to do nothing, none of that. But when we got home, she knew I'd take care of her. I gave her what she wanted. And that was the deal. And some people go, you ain't a real man. I'd be like, you can kiss my grits. Because your situation and my situation is different. Excuse me. Your situation, my situation is different. If that's what she wanted, that's what she wanted. I dated a few women who were like that. They would take me out to eat, and I'd let them. Yeah, yeah. I dated some women who take me out to eat. I'd let them too. They want to go to a nice restaurant, they take me, and I wouldn't be like talking to them crazy or disrespectful. I'd be respectful. This is something they wanted to do. I dress nice or whatever it is. Boom. I wouldn't be all up into some other woman's face, looking at the chick, being disrespectful. No, I'd be attentive, what they're saying, all in the conversation. Respond. I wouldn't be all on my phone and act like I don't know them. No, I'd be like, okay, yeah, what you got to talk about? Because that's part of the deal. They're spending money on me. They drove, you know, we're at a nice restaurant. They're paying for it. I'm all in there. Yeah, what do you want to talk about? Because that's part of the deal. I wasn't disrespectful or anything like that. I wasn't looking around and seeing who else is seeing. I didn't care. This was my world right here. Yeah. And that's what it was. They held up their end of the deal. I held up my end of the deal. So, this whole thing about men paying for everything, I don't believe in that. There are some women who will pay for what they want. They'll just do it. And you don't have to tell them to do it. They'll just do it. They'll be like, hey, I want to go do this. All right. They'll pay for it. They got the money, they'll do it. Matter of fact, some of them liked it. All the ones I dealt with, they all liked it. That's what they wanted to do. Let's go do this. They call me up and say, hey, let's go do this. They would pay for it. I wouldn't even be like, trying to dig in find my wallet. I wouldn't do nothing like that. They would already pay for it. And be happy. Yeah. This whole thing that they got going on now is different for me. The way we treat each other now is different. My nose. Why ain't you got no man, Natalie? Where your man at? Huh? Why ain't you got no dude? Where your man at? Everybody in your hometown is average and they're all married up. Why aren't you married? Why ain't you got no man? How old are you? What's your age range? Why ain't you got no man? You got kids? What's up? Long story. I mean, we've been on for what? An hour? We've been on for 2 hours. No kids. Okay, what's your age bracket? Let's do that. Yeah, would you? Hey, would you tell her Hardaway this is what we do? Would you explain it to her? This is what we do. Hardaway got kids. He got wife and kids. This is what we do. We meet on YouTube and we chat for hours. This is our thing. Oh, it's too personal? Well, see, I can understand that. If it's too, if it gets you off for Klimt, then, However, do you plan on staying single? Like, what's your feel? Like, what do you? Yeah, it's understandable. We all have that story. But what's your okay? So what are you looking forward to? Pass is a pass. What are we looking? What we looking at, Matt? We looking at Galaxy? What are we looking at? Traveling? Oh, wait a minute now. Are we traveling to meet someone? Because according to you, oh, throw a hat, Florida, wherever you live, is is the place to be when it comes to marriage. So what are we what's going on here? Are we we're dipping to the now? No, just to see different people. Yeah. See, you're doing what my neighbor did. You're doing what my neighbor did. My neighbor did the same thing you did, or you're gonna do. Yeah. What you want to do is you want to leave that small town because nobody there interests you. There's nobody that you know. You yeah. Because she knows everyone. She walks into the store. Hey Matt. Hey David. David's her age. He been winking at her since they were in grade school. She don't want no part of David. She don't want no part of David. David there at the register can't wait till she come in every day trying to get eggs and cheese. David be trying to fix his little hair to like, oh, there goes Matt. David still got the old time. Ching, ching. Have a nice day, Miss Gregory. Hey, man. How you doing? This is what David gets. Can you just ring me up? Can we just not? I mean, I saved up. I saved. You know, I got my Camaro fixed. You see it up? I see it. I see it every time I come here. I see it because this is the only store in town. I see it. Everyone sees it. Can we just okay. But just we need a ride. Just call the Davester. Call the Davester. You know it. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Oh, Dave been trying to get at you for the longest time. It's not like that? Yeah, okay. That's why you're leaving. What's your age bracket? You don't want to tell. Oh, you know what? You. Yes, he is. She ready to go. Oh, Dave, when he was what? Dave, what? Tell us about Dave. Dave, when he was, what was he the class clown or was he the track star? Was he the football? He's the football. With Dave, come on. There's a David everywhere. Dave was he the quarterback? The prom king? What was he? There's a story. Yeah. Now you leaving Dave right there at the grocery store. His dad owns the grocery store. Every time you come in, his dad is, hey, Matt, Dave's here. I know, Mr. Wilson, I know. Hey, Matt. Mom and dad work there. They own the store. It's not like that. It is like that. It's a small town. That's what happened. Yeah, Dave was the jock. Thought he was going to go off to, FAMU. Thought he was going to be you thought Dave was going to be a Florida State Seminole. He got looked at the big game, 12th grade. He was the quarterback. Okay. Why are you leaving then? Yeah. See, Dave, see what happened to Dave is he was in that power eye. Dave was in a power eye. Yeah. He was in a power eye and he misread the defense. Yeah. He thought, he was like, you know what? I'm gonna go for a power eye and I'm gonna drop back and I'm gonna pass it to the wide receiver instead of handing it to the fullback. You know what happened to him? He got blitzed. Dave got blitzed. The pulling guard and the pulling tackle, yeah, they both went left. Dave went right. He's by himself. Defensive back closed in. Linebacker closed in and had him in the sandwich. He got blitzed. Bang! You know what happened? His knee went out. And when his knee went out, the scout that was watching him at the big game stood up and walked away. And there went his chances at being a Florida State Seminole. And Nat saw the whole thing. And she was like, that's it for Dave. He got blitzed because he misread a defense. And Dave was finished. And now Dave works at the grocery store with a bad knee and all. Poor Dave. That's what happens. Not that small of a town. Why are you leaving? Dave used to pick you up in that Camaro. Used to love it. Used to listen to that big V8. Pull up in front of your house with that loud ass music. Oh, halfway there. Oh, yeah. Playing them 80s favorites. What happened? Living on a prayer. Living on a prayer. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you thought you and Dave was going to own the whole damn town. Paint the sky red. What happened? What happened? You're leaving. You're leaving. You said you're leaving. Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving Dave and the mom and dad who owns the store? Why? You're not telling us nothing. I used to live in a small town. What's your age? Come on. What's you're the only, I don't know, there's 3 people on here. As far as I know, you're the only woman. So tell us, what's the age group? What's your age group? What age of man are you looking for, since you will not answer what the age group question is? I mean, are you looking for a 40-year-old? I mean, what are you looking for? 60-year-old. So you're my age. Yeah. Yeah, you was listening to Bon Jovi. Yeah. Bon Jovi, yeah. Yeah, Dave pulled up in the Camaro. Yeah, I knew I was right. Yeah, if you're looking for a man 60, you gotta be 40 something and up. You like 60-year-old guys? Okay. Well, like I said, things are changing. You're 31? That's all right. Hey man, a 60-year-old guy would love a 31-year-old woman. That's nice. That is, take it from somebody who's almost 60. If I met a 31-year-old stable-minded woman, I'd do it. I'd do it. I'd go in. She wants that will, yeah, right on the dotted line. Yeah, I'd do it. I mean, I'm almost 60. Yeah, I'd do it. 31-year-old, firm and fully packed. Absolutely. Yeah, there's still some. Yes, there's still some tread on that tire, them tires. Absolutely. Yo, poor Dave. You leaving Dave behind. Oh, oh, that's different. Oh, you're black. So it's not Dave, it's Malik. Ah. Malik, you leave a Malik. Malik. Ooh. Hey man, I've never dated a Haitian woman. I've heard about them though. I've never dated one though. Yeah, there you go. Island woman. American Haitian. There it is. Ça passe. Maboule. Did I get that right? Ça passe. Maboule. Yeah. Yeah. Haitian. Yeah. Yeah. 100. So you like dudes who look like what's his name? Black. Get a black. Get a black. What's that dude's name with the hair? Boy, them dudes in Florida with that hair. The locks that be sticking straight up. Yeah, Kodak Black. Get him black. Get him black. Get him black. I likes the Kodak Black though. Yeah, Kodak Black, he all right. I like him, man. I like the song he had, Skirt Skirt, talking about his teacher. Talking about how he didn't like his teacher. Yeah, I like Kodak Black. Yeah, but y'all, well, it's a certain type of crazy in Florida. That's why Charlemagne the God, he said the craziest people come from Florida. And I'm pretty much on board with that. Y'all kind of nuts down there. No tattoos, huh? Yeah, Dade County. Boy, Dade County. Y'all special in Dade County. Yeah, oh, you born in Hollywood, Florida? Man, y'all special down there. Dade County. Listen, at Dade County at one time, I think they were saying that the police would just all get off the street. They would tell all the squad cars, look, don't even mess around with these dudes because they're going to shoot up everything. Just get off the street. And the police wouldn't even go out there and be like, no, we're finished. The police were closed. It'd be like, what time is it? It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, we're closed. Little Haiti. Yeah, see, no, I'm not doing that. That's where gunplay comes from, isn't it? Gunplay is from down there. Him and Rick Ross. Want to know a story about Rick Ross? Yeah, gunplay from there. He nuts too. Well, here's a story about Rick Ross that involved me. I never met him, but this is a true story. I went to jail, not prison, jail. I went to jail for, what did I go in there for? Something stupid, like I was out on my weekend. But I went in there and When I was in there was a guy who came in, and he was Middle Eastern, young dude. And when you go to jail and you're in a 30-man pod, the first thing we ask you is, what are you here for? Now, this dude came in and we noticed he didn't look like any of us. Yeah, because y'all crazy. Man, listen, I've been to jail a couple of times. I've never been to prison. So this dude came in, Middle Eastern. You can tell he never been to jail before. Because he came in, sat down on the bed, and was sitting straight up. He was not comfortable at all. I guess he must have thought it was about to go down or something, but this is jail. This is not prison. Most people are in there for, a short time, 6 months at the most. But nonetheless, so we all looked at him and we was like, yo, what are you in here for? He said, listen, I was out of the country and I came back in, the country. I jumped in my car. I was driving down High Street, which is a very popular street here. The cops ran his tags. Now, the cops ran his tags because they saw a young foreigner driving a 500 SL, brand new. It was like, oh no, we're gonna run your tags. They ran his tags, the car, and it came back that he had like some tickets on there that he didn't pay before he went out of town. So, you don't pay your tickets in a certain amount of time. It goes before the magistrate, then they have a warrant out for you. And it could be just for a parking ticket. And that's what happened. They issued him a warrant because, he didn't pay the damn ticket. Then he went out of the country, came back in, boom. There's a warrant out for your arrest for an unpaid parking ticket. That's what happened. That's how he got in there. He said, if I could just talk to my lawyer, I can be out of here in no time. We was like, what? Like, who does this dude think he is? Like, nah, dude. We said, listen, for one, our processing takes at least 3 days. You have to go before a judge, and you can't see the judge till Monday. So, you're going to be in here at least till Monday. It's Friday. So, get comfortable. He's like, no, I'll be out of here. We just laughed because we know the deal. We know how the system goes. He said, if I could just talk to my lawyer, but my lawyer doesn't know that I'm here. He's like, I got $250,000 in my closet, And we was like, wait, what? You got what? He said, yeah. He said, have you ever heard of the company called Slip and Slide? The music company. We was just like, no. He said, have you ever heard of Rick Ross? And we was like, nah, but one of the dudes was like, yeah, I heard him. He's a new guy coming out. He was like, yeah. He's like, I own the record company that he's on. He's like, get out of here. So I said, what do you need? He said, I just need to call my lawyer. So I called my girl at the time. And then she called him. The lawyer had him on three-way. And when the lawyer, found out where dude was, he was out in 2 hours. That lawyer came down there and got that man out like that. He was gone. Never saw him again. Never saw him again. The owner of Slip and Slide. Now, do you know how rich that kid is now? Rich. Rich. Insane. And the thing is, it made so bad, I said, listen, I'll help you if you pay me $100. That's what I told him. I said, okay. He's like, don't even worry about it. I'll pay you $100, blah, blah, blah. And he gave me his information. But, I didn't believe him. So I lost the information because I had it when I got home, but I was like, Slip and Slide, I didn't really investigate it, but I could have sent him a CD and he could have, I don't know, did whatever because, I do my little music thing. But he could have did what, who knows with it. It probably wouldn't have went nowhere. But nonetheless, I had this guy's information. I helped him in jail. Hell, I could probably look him up right now and say, hey, I'm the one that helped you while you were in jail way back in the. He probably he probably won't even remember, but he'll remember that he was in in my city. You, he jail is something you don't forget because he just looked like, how did I get here? And he was just ignorant of the law. But that's a true story, you know. And now Rick Ross is worth $100 million. So this guy is just this guy. He was already flying in cash. That lawyer got him out in no time flat. When I hung that phone up, it took about an hour. They came and they announced his name, and he was gone. I was like, that's impressive. That is impressive. He must have had a hell of a lawyer. But it was for a speeding ticket. But they usually hold you. Here they hold, and now they hold you 7 days here because they take your car and they'll put it in the, they make money off of your vehicle. So they'll take your car and they'll, tow it and put it in a thing for, it costs, $100 and some odd dollars a day. So 7 days later, when you bail yourself out, if you can make bail, you go get your car. Your car is going to cost $9, $10, $9 to $1,000 just to get your car out. And sometimes, if your car, goes into the pound, when you get it, it ain't going to look the same. One guy, his car went in the pound and they stripped it. In the pound, they stripped his car. He said, when I got my car, it was all stripped out. The sound system, the wheels, everything, they stripped it. While your car was in police custody, it's like, yeah, it was stripped out. So, yeah, but that's a true story. And I lost that information because I really didn't care. I didn't think he was who he said he was, but if you look up Slip and Slide, let me look up Slip and Slide Records right now. It's probably going to be two guys who are. There was another dude. What Ted Lucas? I like that little jam. It wasn't Ted Lucas. It wasn't this dude. It was a foreigner. I know it wasn't this dude because he wasn't black. It was somebody else. No, I know it wasn't a black dude. I don't remember what dude's name was, but one more question. You can ask me a few questions. I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere, except I want to order a pizza. I might do that. I ain't ordered a pizza in a couple of years. I stopped eating pizza because of the sodium. But tonight is a pizza night. Ooh, my Bitcoin. Go ahead. Do you still see the shadow people? You have really been in the weeds with my video. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. Appreciate you. Cause that's in the weeds, right? The shadow people, that is in the weeds. Okay. No. Well, let me say this. Not often. But every now and then Yes. I pray against them. Any fourth dimensional creature you can pray against. Well, any creature you can pray against. But any fourth dimensional being, they have to obey the spirit laws. They don't obey the physical laws like we do, the laws of the flesh, but they have to obey the spirit laws. So if someone was about to break into your house and you really didn't have the muscle or the means to stop them, and they were smashing down your window, if you start praying against them, you're not praying against their physical self. You're praying against the spirit that's in them, making them do what they're doing. And that can stop a person cold. Especially if you start calling on the name of Jesus and the blood of Jesus and so on and so forth. That can stop somebody in their tracks, and they just don't want to do it no more. You went after their spirit. Well, spirits, they can run around and do all kind of stuff without a body. So I figured the shadow people were visiting me for something that I've done. I opened the door and let them in. And at one point, what I had done was I had a young lady that I was seeing, and she had a son. Her son was like 12. And her son and daughter had been in my house before, right here watching, whatever on YouTube. And this particular day, he wasn't here, the son or the daughter. It was just her and me. And we were talking about something, and we heard his voice call her name. And we both just froze. We looked at each other, and she never came back to my house. True story. She never came back. When she heard his name, or she heard his voice calling her. You ever see those TikToks where people are recording a spirit calling them or, running around their house? That happened to me. So I figured that I opened the door somewhere. I was watching porn, or I was watching something. Like I used to play World of Warcraft. And while I was addicted to World of Warcraft, I knew that I was spiritually influenced because I would go to work the second shift, get off at 11, come home, 11:30 I'm home. I would play World of Warcraft to like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And I had a woman back then, and even, while I was laying in bed with her, I'd be playing World of Warcraft. I played it all the time. And I said, this is addicting. World of Warcraft is addicting. There's a spirit behind it. And I would even tell the other players while I was, I was like, there's a spirit behind this game. Well, I haven't played World of Warcraft in years. I stopped playing it because of that. And I spent so much time on World of Warcraft because, being alone a lot, you get to talk to people online and stuff like that. This is long before I was a YouTuber. But when I moved here a couple of years ago, I've been here for like 10 years. But a couple of years ago, I wanted to revisit World of Warcraft, so I uploaded the game again. I already knew that it had a demonic presence to it. But I said, if I could just, go to the part that wasn't all demon this and demon that, and just, play my little big mistake. As soon as I did, I started feeling it, feeling the pull. like something was pulling on me. I was like, something's wrong here. So I got rid of it that night, and then I was visited by uh, one of the characters of World of Warcraft, which was a wraith. It's a dead woman, and except for it being this small, it was about the size of a regular woman, and it was standing at the foot of my bed, and I'm wide awake. I just woke up and I saw it, and I was like, okay, no more World of Warcraft. And one time, I used to read this magazine, and I liked it because it was a graphic novel, and it was very very graphic, but I liked it. I just did. I gravitated towards it because of what I actually wrote a book too called The Sorrow King. Nobody's read it, but it's on Amazon. But I like that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, but it was called Heavy Metal. They even have two animations out. But this particular storyline that they use, because every time you pick up the magazine, it's a different story. They went into hell, and there was all this stuff that was going on in hell, and I'm reading through it, reading through it, and I took the book and put it down in my bedroom, and that night I woke up and looked in the mirror, and there was a face of a demon. And the thing about that face was it was not in the book. And it was looking around my room. It was just in the mirror and it was just looking around my room. Big ass red face of a demon. And when I think about it, when I looked at that book, that demon was not in the book. So that book opened the door for that demon to come and look around my room. And it used a mirror to do it. So I got rid of the book. When I woke up, in the morning, I was like, not doing this again. I took it out and threw it in the trash and got rid of it. I've never seen that demon again. I also blessed my house with holy water. So I have had spiritual incursions or visitations for a very, very, very long time. And so have my brothers, my sisters, for a very long time. I've talked to them. I've even had them where I had to talk to one and tell it, leave my company alone. Because in the old place I lived in, it would knock stuff over. I'd be in a bedroom and it would knock over something in my living room. And I'd come out, okay, what do you want? And they would hide in my closet most of the time. I had a young lady I was dating, and she came over and she was sitting on my couch and she started shaking. Now I knew where the spirit was, but I never told her that there was a spirit there. And she was shaking. I was like, "What's wrong?" She says, "I feel like something's about to come out of your closet." I said, "No, you're okay." Blah blah blah. She calmed down, and eventually she left. She did come back though, but it made me mad because I told the spirit, I said, "I told you, don't bother any of my company. If you bother me, that's one thing, but don't bother my company." And whatever it was, it was an old building, so it lived there. And the reason why it was bothering me is because I was sensitive to it and it wanted to communicate with me. You know, and that's what all that was. It never did anything to me to hurt me. It touched me before, uh, especially while I'm sleeping. It would wake me up. It call my name. It would shout. And stuff like that. It would press on my bed, stuff like that. And then I'd wake up and I'd still feel it. So that stuff happens to me still every now and again. But the more aggressive tones, not so much. It's still, you know, like I was in my kitchen about 6 months ago and messing around with my refrigerators, and it hit one of my cabinets in my refrigerator. One- I just turned around and looked. Okay, yeah, I don't know what to do with that information, but I often have to, walk around the house with holy water or something because you can let these spirits into your house and they'll manifest if if you're watching, the Vampire Slayer, or you're watching Bewitched. There's certain shows that you can watch where you open the door for them to come into your house and you don't know it. Now you have something in your house moving things around. Pornography is a big one. It's a huge one. That is a gateway in it. Even if it's just pictures of, you know, people doing stuff, or just, pictures of just, women. Or if you lust in it, then it's a gateway for something to come through. Tattoos is another thing. So if you're somebody who has tattoos, you need to get rid of them because that spirit's walking around with you every day. Music is another one. So there's certain music I can't watch or can't listen to. There's certain shows on Netflix I will not watch. I will not watch them. Some of them have homosexuality in it. There's a lot of that going on where, you know, guys are kissing and stuff like that. It's like you gotta be careful of that because that spirit can easily come into your house. Violent music. A lot of music you listen to. I'm gonna go do this, do that. Those spirits in your car. Next thing you know, your kids singing it. Everybody is about it. No, you're gonna get hurt, and that's just a spirit. So shadow people enter your house by your permission. The thing of and they're hard to get rid of because they'll attach to something. It could be a picture. It could be just a habit you have. It could be the certain things that you say. It could be the people that you're letting into your house. But they know how to go out and get more of them to come into your house so they can be at home and they can live there. And then you're doing what they want you to do. You're serving them and you don't even know it. And here's one way of finding out if there is a spirit in your house without all the more aggressive stuff that I've been through is turn on a gospel channel. I don't mean like TBN. I mean turn on a channel where they're worshiping God. Just where they're singing and worshiping in spirit and in truth, and see how you feel. If you start hearing something in you saying get rid of it or turn it off, then you have a spirit in you that's probably a demon. Or if the people in your house don't want to hear it, why are you listening to this? If they're opposed to it so much that it bothers them, that's because it's bothering the spirit in them. Yeah. So that's one quick way. Another way is try to read the Bible. If you're having problems reading the Bible, then you have a spirit. Yeah, you have some type of spirit that doesn't, and you'll hear it. It'll start talking to you. Well, because their spirits don't run by themselves. They always have company. They run in packs, and they don't run in packs of threes. They run in packs of thousands. thousands, at least 7 or more. They could be, you could be infested and not know it because you don't know the opposite side of that. But yeah, so the shadow people, what they usually do is they come out of my closet at night, and it's usually, this is what I found interesting. So I was looking on YouTube, of course, and heard about a man, a scientist, who was able to take these glasses and filter out certain light to wherever, when you have these glasses on, you could look at someone and see their aura. Well, uh, the military got a hold of that and used it for, their pilots and the helicopter pilots, so they can use it for night goggles. But the helicopter pilots turned on each other and the two helicopters start shooting at each other, friendly fire. And they said they saw demons, so they had to change whatever that they were using, because what happened is they actually was able to look at the world within the world. They was actually able to break the veil. Now, sometimes a security camera will do the same thing. It'll pick up, ghosts, spirits, and stuff like that. But your natural eyes can also do this, but at a particular time. So, whenever your body falls asleep, you fall into, there's two different types of sleep. There's REM sleep, and then there's the other one. But the one, REM sleep, it's not deep sleep. It's when you're dreaming. When you're dreaming, you're not in the deep sleep. I think that's the way it goes. But right when you're coming out of that sleep and you're starting to wake up, you can see, you can break the veil. And that's when I see all of these creatures. And sometimes I'll jump right out of bed and, I'll talk to them and say, hey, I can see you. And they don't want you to see them. They want to be as mysterious as possible. Now, the World of Warcraft Wraith that I saw, I don't know if she wanted me to see her, but I saw her. And I just kind of looked at her, and then she went away. But the shadow people are different. They're aggressive. Now, I've never been hurt by any of these creatures. I've never been hurt, and that's because, the Lord has been watching over me, and I have sense enough to pray whenever I see him. That's heaven doing its thing. That's not me. But I know to open my mouth and use the weapon of words and pray against them. But the shadow people, I don't think they have good intent, but it doesn't seem like I don't look at them and go, you're out to get me. But I don't think you're my friend. You're invading my space because I let you in here. There's something I did, I believe, is why you're here. And if I stop doing that, then I figure you're not going to be here. But that's not always true. And when you start looking at the Bible, you'll start learning more about these beings that can do this, what the shadow people are doing. And the reason why I call them shadow people is because they look like a shadow. They do not look like an ominous being. When I saw that World of Warcraft Wraith, it looked just like the Wraith in World of Warcraft. When I saw that demon, it did not look like a shadow. It had a whole head like this, and it was a red face that was looking around my room. It was clear what it was. When I look at the shadow people, they are 100% shadow. And they look like a human form, but it's just a shadow. And they move in the shadows. Like you can go, like I can go and open my closet door. They're not there. You know what I mean? And as soon as you come out of that sleep and you're awake and you know you're looking at them, when they know you're looking at them, they disappear. And that's that. You know, they're no longer visible to you. But it doesn't mean that they've left. So if you're somebody who's starting to get visited by the shadow people, I mean, it could mean it could mean that you have become okay. There are levels to visitations from the astral plane, from the spiritual world. There are people who believe 100% in God, the devil, angels, and all this. And there are people who, they're like ass passe. But the thing about it is, the people who believe in Jesus and, and God, the devil, and all these, other entities, they have they have allowed these spirits into their lives in one form of or another. So when you call on the name of Jesus, what are you doing? You are summoning him. It's the same thing when in when you listen to some music and you're constantly chanting something, you're summoning it. And it may not, you may not feel that it's something harmful, but if there's a spirit connected to everything. There's not one thing in this plane of existence that a spirit is not connected to. Not one. So when you're listening to your music and you're repeating the words, promiscuous girl, you're teasing me, but you got what I need. Well, what's the song about? The song is about a promiscuous girl. So where does that lead? In the sex. In you can listen to any song and recognize the spirit behind it. You can watch any movie, recognize the spirit behind it. So if you start to do certain things, you have to understand you're spiritually motivated to do these things, which means you can open up a doorway for something to come into your life. And it's a good chance you already have. You just don't know about it. The Bible is a script to make you knowledgeable of the world that's beyond the world. That's what it does. That's why it always tells you to read the Bible and to know the scriptures and stuff like that, because it's letting you know that there is a world that is vast. It is beyond imagination, and you're a part of it. But you don't know about it in this world until you start reading this, and then you start getting into it. You're like, well, wait a minute, this is all real? Like, yes, and it's right in front of your face, but you don't know about it, and you're in the matrix. You're just like, I'm gonna stay in this matrix. You're red pill or blue pill. But once you wake up, you're like, oh my God, this is a whole nother world. Yeah, that's what this is. That's what this is. And the shadow people are part of that world. So do they still come around? Yeah, but not often. Because I don't want to see them because I'm afraid of them. So I use the weapon that God gave me, which is this and this. And sometimes I can see them out of the corner of my eye. Well, what don't you get? Tell me what don't you get. Now I'll try to explain it to you. Oh, uh, yeah, tell me what don't you get, and I'll break it down to you. Tell me what you don't understand. Because, the world beyond the world, it exists, whether you believe it or not. You are a devout Christian, but aren't you into being high valued and red pilled like Kevin said? No, I'm not a high value man. Kevin Samuels Kevin Samuels said a lot of things that I didn't agree with. Yeah, I didn't agree with some of the things he said, but I agree with most of what he said. Especially when it came to the statistics of the black family. I was on board with Kevin when it came to that. Yeah, it was worldly. That's where I separated myself from him. When he was telling women to go out and have sex, I was like, don't do that. Yeah, I was not on board with that at all. Women don't go out and have sex. Women were saying that, they didn't want to have sex. And he was like, why are you holding back now? I was kind of like, yeah, ladies, don't do that. I understood what he was saying. Like, you're, 40 with two kids. What makes you, poo nanny special now? I get what he was saying about that. Why are you going to make a guy wait now, for some 40-year-old draws? It's like, for one, if she wants to wait, she wants to wait. That's, I don't, but I understood what he meant. You know what I mean? That's why I quote out with profanity on here because I know not with that. Well, the Bible talks about cursing. The Bible says, "Do not curse." Plus, if you curse around your kids, you curse your kids to curse. Cursing is a spirit. I mean, if you don't believe me, just tell the spirit of cursing that you're not going to do it anymore. See what happens. Any spirit that you got, any spiritual presence that you got, you can speak to it. Say, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. See what happens. Start claiming the blood of Jesus over it. I mean, and this is something that anyone can do. And, just in the name of Jesus, I'm not cursing anymore. In the name of Jesus, I'm not having sex anymore. In the name of Jesus, I'm not watching porn anymore. When you start going after those spirits and saying in the name of Jesus, by the blood of Jesus, I call on the angels of the Lord. When you start doing that, you just entered in the world of warfare. You've entered in spiritual warfare. And they know you. This is why in the Bible, when some of the disciples were trying to, call demons out of people, it didn't always work, and the demon, they went up to this one guy who was infested with demons, and they were like, in the name of Jesus, boom, come up out of there. And the demon looked at them and says, I know Paul, but I don't know you. This is the demon talking to them. This is not the man. This is a spirit inside of a man talking to them and told them that he knows their friends. He's like, I know your friends. but I don't know you. And that just blows my whole mind. Like, I know Paul, but I don't know you. And then the demon jumped on him and beat them up. Beat them up. For one, when some demons, if they possess you, you have strength that is unimaginable. You already have strength that's unimaginable, but they unlock it. They give you abilities that are just ridiculous. And they manifest those abilities in a lot of different ways. This is why a lot of people who are performers, that's not them. When Beyonce talks about she turns into Sasha Fierce, and when Nicki Minaj says she turns into Roman, they're not lying to you. These are spiritual entities that have entered their body and they recognize them. They just gave them a name, but they're demons. And you know they're demons because of the fruits that they bear. If it's not for me, it's against me. Those are demons inside of Beyonce that is doing all that gyrating and talking about all that silly stuff. Those are demons. Nicki Minaj too. Nicki Minaj is running around with the Pope. Demons. A lot of these performers, they all have demons in them. I just saw a video where this rapper, he was doing an acapella, and this guy, when people bring you the video, they say, "Hey, watch this," and the dude was like, "Watch his eyes." As he was talking, his eyes all turned black. He's like, "That's not normal." That's because all these guys out there talking about killing and all that stuff, they're all filled with demons. All of them. Some of your basketball players, football players, demons. A lot of them have demons in them. The demons give you abilities that you don't normally have. They can make you do extraordinary things. Just unreal. It's like, how did I do that? Well, it's a demon. But the Holy Ghost can also do the same thing. Because, Isaiah, when they came, to arrest him, there were 50 men that came to arrest him. And they said, "Come with me." He said no, and they tried to take him. But he had a spirit behind him. That spirit beside him was an angel. They didn't see the angel. And the angel burned all 50 men. Well, after that story went out, 50 other soldiers came and tried to do the same thing, and they all got burnt to a crisp. Then 50 more came, but the captain, who had heard about the 100 men who got fried by this prophet, they all knelt before him and said, "Can you come with me, please?" And he said, "Yes." So that angel was protecting him. Was like, "No, you guys are not taking him. You're out of your mind." He also opened up the heavens, and I think it was Isaiah or Elijah, but he also opened up the heavens. He's, because they thought they had him surrounded. He's like, "You don't have me surrounded." He was like, "Lord, please open up their eyes." Once he opened, they let them see there were, angels and horses and chariots and heavenly beings. They all had these men surrounded. Like, they're there. It's just you don't see them because that's not your concentration. But these demons, all these spirits, they're all there. They're all listen, it scares some people to think about it. But once again, that's what the Bible's for. Because once you realize that you're never, ever, ever, ever alone. It is impossible for you to be alone. It is impossible. That's why the Lord says, "I will never leave you or forsake you." You don't want him to. You want Jesus to always be there. You want his angels to always be around to protect you. Once you open the veil and you realize these things exist, you're like, okay, well, I need Jesus. Like I don't want I need like you need Jesus in your life. You need to pray against these beings because you're never, ever, ever, ever alone. Never. You are always in the presence of something. Always. And if they want to break that veil and manifest themselves right in your, while you're taking a shower, they will. They will. Now, there's some laws that they have to obey, but if you can hear voices, I tell you, you're never alone. Never. That's why you have to walk around your house and pray. You have to invite the Holy Spirit in your house. You have to invite the angels of the Lord in your house. You have to do it on a daily basis. You have to do it. You have to make them welcome. Because if you don't, you have the opposite. It's either one or the other. There's not a purgatory. There's heaven and there's hell, and that's it. There's either Christ or there's the devil. That's it. One of those is influencing you somewhere. And I'm a follower of Christ. I'm not a Christian. Christian is a negative connotation because of the Crusades. I'm not I'm not somebody who believes that, somebody else who doesn't believe in Christ should be dead. That's what the Crusaders did. I am not a part of that program. I'm somebody who believes in Yeshua, the Christ. Christ meaning a lamb that was slaughtered. Yeah. So, that's what's going on with the shadow people. And of course, there's a lot more to that. But once they start visiting you, you're welcome. It's interesting that you find that, you find me interesting, but I think I understand why you find me interesting now. Because of all the different things. You find me interesting like Hardaway, he finds me interesting because of all the stuff that I talk about. And there's all kind of information on the internet about a lot of things. I talk about a lot of different topics. And this is why I have 3,500 videos, because I just got a lot of stuff to discuss. And I figure that somebody's going to run on these videos one day. And they're going to be like, what's going on with that? I mean, I have some far out there theories. I mean, there's some stuff that I even hold back. And I think about every day. I hold back. I'm like, fourth dimensional, presence, breaking a wall, and electricity, different form of cellular structures, and how to manipulate the cell. I mean, I just got, and I think about this stuff all the time, just randomly. Like, how can I manipulate a cellular structure and make it less dependent on the food that we eat? There's a man in India who doesn't eat. He's like in his 70s. He does not eat at all. Every now and then he takes something to drink, but he's like the Dalai Lama. He just doesn't eat. And they didn't believe him until they sat with him for days and he didn't eat anything. He's using the atmosphere for energy. And I often think about, because I'm always hungry, how can I feed off of the atmosphere and what would that make me? What if I was 100% feeding off of the planet's atmosphere? What would I look like? Or how to power. Okay, so the mitochondria is part of the human cell, but it is the part that powers the human cell. And I always think of, like, can you overpower the mitochondria? Can you heighten the mitochondria? I don't know. Can you give it more? I don't know. Can you make the human body stronger but less? You know what I mean? Less, like our flesh is really, really weak. It's the largest organism on our body, but it's so prone to damage. But then you have people like Yola Romero, who was fighting, he fights in MMA. He was fighting against Bobby Knuckles, Robert Whitaker, and Robert Whitaker said that when he hit Yola Romero, it hurt him because his skin was so tough. Yola Romero is in his 40s, and he's still fighting in MMA. Even Joe Rogan talked about it. And Joe Rogan used to be a fighter. He's like, how is it that Yola Romero is still fighting at the age of 40? How is it? And winning. He's a top contender at the age of 40. And when I listen to that, and then when I listen to what Bobby Knuckles said, when he hit Yola, and I start thinking, his skin is harder because of the metal. We all have metal in our system. But I think Yola Romero has metabolized a harder skin. I don't know how he's done it, but there are people on this planet who can do different things with their body. And I think we're looking at what the cartoon world would call a mutant. There's no doubt in my mind that if he has a child, his child is going to have a harder skin. There's just no doubt in my mind. And I know that this is a thing because there was this white dude, he's dead now, but he used to have people hit him in the gut and it wouldn't hurt him. They would punch him in the belly as hard as they could. He would get the toughest guys, they'd punch him in the stomach. Well, after, that, he would have people, throw stuff at him and it wouldn't hurt him. Then he stood in front of a cannonball and a cannon went off and hit him in the stomach and it blew him back, but it didn't hurt him. There's also a girl who, she doesn't live in this country. When she was 8 years old, well, for one, her mother says, my daughter's extraordinary because she only eats every 3 days. And she eats very little. The same, she said, one day she got hit by a car and it dragged her for miles. And when they finally realized there was a girl up under there, she just popped up and walked it off like it was nothing. And she hardly had any damage. She had no broken bones, no contusions. She was fine. She jumped up like she fell off a bike. because her skin is harder than most people's. See, this is the stuff I think about. Just it's just odd stuff, but there are people out there who are really like that. And when Hardaway talks about my strength, I'm not a superhuman. I don't have the energy to go to the gym like Hardaway does. God bless his soul, because he's younger than me. However, I'm stronger now than I've ever been. And if I dedicated myself to the gym, I just have no doubt that, if I wanted to bench 405 5 times, I could do it. But that's not that's a good lift. It's way above average. When I see guys who are bench pressing, Shannon Sharp can still bench 500 pounds. 500 pounds. He played for the NFL. He's in his 40s. He's in his 50s, excuse me. 53, I think. He can still bench 500 pounds. He's huge. Marcus Island had the second longest career, and he played into his 40s, and he was a running back. Deion Sanders didn't even warm up before he ran the 40 in record time. You know, some of these football players have done superhuman things outside of the football field. I think Bo Jackson, didn't he save some people's lives? Yeah, Shannon's in great shape. He's also been on the cover of Men's Shape in Shape. I think Bo Jackson ripped the door off of a car and saved some people's lives. I think it was him. But these people are able to do extraordinary things. But then there's the people, the everyday people, who don't realize that their cellular structure is changing. And they're able to do stuff like that little girl. She's just born like that. Deion Sanders bench press 3 plates in front of his. Really? Deion Sanders is a beast. He's still a beast. His speed, his Deion Sanders' vision was, it was akin to a bird. It was akin to an eagle. His ability, look, on his first play in the NFL, he scored a touchdown. He ran the ball back, and he almost got hit like 3 times. He actually ran backwards at first. It's just him, Lamar Jackson. It's just amazing what they can do. And then you got some kids in the hood that can do some amazing things. Just amazing things. And I think that evolution-wise, I think that our generation, or not our generation, here's what I think. I think like the Egyptians, the Natufians, the people of Punt, I don't know if I'm a freak of nature. I just know that if I wasn't in pain, I'd start hitting the gym more. I could probably, get up to a decent lift. I don't think I'd be a power lifter. 6-minute mile was slow to me. I can't do it now. Army, U.S. Army. I'm U.S. Army. Yeah, 6-minute mile was nothing. If I ran a 6-minute mile back then, I was just warming up. Yeah, I'll be just warming up. I could go 5 flat and was like, yeah, this feels okay. But I ran with some people with big engines, big, big, big engines. Yeah, 6 minute miles just cruising me, back in the day. Like I said, I ran with some people with big engines. They were doing 405 in the 1600. That's a big engine. They were ranked nationally, worldwide. They were ranked worldwide ranked. Yeah. You running a 405, 415. Yeah, I was running with guys like that. That's fast. That is a middle distance sprint. And it is fast. It is wide open. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anytime you're running, 430 and under, you're at a full stride. Well, 5 minutes and under. That's a full stride. That's a full stride. The difference is the cadence and what part of okay. The difference in speed when it comes to middle distance is how much torque you put on the ground. Because if you ever watch people run the Kroonemaker Mile or the Bethesda Mile, what's the most famous one? The Carlsbad. If you ever looked at somebody, those people who run up in Carlsbad, or they run the New York Mile, it's just a bunch of top tier men or women. They're sectioned off. The men don't run against the women, and the women don't run against the men. And there's none of that, man woman stuff going on. It's just the women run against the women, the men run against the men in 2 different times. So they don't even run at the same time. And I think it's ran on different days. So there's no, but if you ever see that race, it's just 1 mile and it is a different animal. It is wide open and there's the thing about it is being that I've ran these races before, I know when the resting point is. You can actually rest at a full stride. And, which people who are sprinters are going like, wait, what? Like, no, milers, distance runners can rest at a full stride. It's like somebody in the military sleeping on their feet. Like, it's not even possible. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That sounds like the time I was training as a freshman for the 800. Yeah. Tone the the sophomores and juniors smoked you. Yeah, that's not your thing. You're a sprinter. My pops did. Yeah. I don't know what that says. I'm naturally a runner because basketball. Yeah, but you're a sprinter. You have fast twitch muscles. My coach had us running suicides. Yeah, you have fast twitch muscles, which are red. Mine are white. Mine are slow twitch muscles. I was never fast. But the when we're running, middle distance sprinters can actually rest at a full stride. full tilt, we can actually program our legs and arms to keep running at this full tilt, but we're not using all our power. When we use all our power, we'll take in more oxygen. Our arms will come up higher. Sometimes our hands will open so we can get a full swing. And then our knees will lift up. But for a non-distance runner, you're not going to notice the difference. You're going to think we're running all out, but we're not. Now, you're going to be like, you're going to run out of energy soon. No. A person's running a mile. You're like, there's no way you can hold that pace. Yes, they can. You're like, you just ran a 25-second 200. You're going to run for, yep. They'll hold that pace. A professional miler or a professional half miler, David Reducci, still holds a world record. El Garouge in the mile still holds a world record. Oh, easy. David, just look up David Reducci. Just look it up. And look at what he did in the 800. He ran a 140. He ran a 140. A 140. And the dude that ran behind him, Cocky, who came in second place, he broke the record too. It was just amazing speed. But David Reducci looked like a Mercedes Benz. When he hit that second lap, and there was a guy who was pacing, the pacer. Once that pacer got out of the way, David Reducci just, it was just beautiful. It was a thing of beauty. He was gone. Semi-pro off season. Oh, you're semi-pro. Okay. Oh, your distance? Well, you had to run these. You had to run what? It's under 7 and under $130. Yeah, David Reducci is ridiculous. Well, he was. He could probably still run that fast. Semi-pro. Oh, you're a semi-pro basketball player? You didn't learn the proper mechanics to the end of the sophomore year. Yeah. Oh, you know who he? Yeah. Yeah, well, there's running mechanics. There's also walking mechanics. A lot of people are walking wrong. Sitting mechanics, laying down mechanics, getting up mechanics. There's just ways to do things easier. But yeah, distance runners can run at high speed for a long time. And you walk funny because you need to get that checked out. But you could probably YouTube walking and running mechanics to help you out. Especially if you pronate and supinate. Yeah, there are certain shoes that can help you out that have roll bars in them. So if you pronate and supinate, you can buy certain shoes from New Balance that have a roll bar in them. But be careful because if you do, it's going to start correcting your legs and your knees will feel it. Because, my one, foot goes out like this, and I'll kind of walk like that. Yeah. And so I used to work at New Balance. So I put those shoes on for a day. My knees started cracking. I was like, well, I can't wear these because it was correcting my gait. And I was a big runner back then. I used to actually run to work a couple miles. Also, your breathing technique, how much air you take in. If you breathe too heavy too earlier in the race, you're going to be oxygenated. If you use too much oxygen, you're out of the race. You use too little oxygen, you're out of the race. Your body overheats, you're out of the race. Your body is too cool, you're out of the race. Your body will just be like, you can't hold this pace. If you got 2 laps to go, you're finished. If you overstride and you try to win at the end of the race, you're running and you got 300 yards to go, and you open up your stride, 300 yards to go. If somebody gets behind you and can match your stride from your outside leg with their outside leg, if they can match your stride, they can keep up with you effortlessly. It's just like you getting behind a truck in a fast lane. Your car is using less gas. It actually saves you on gas. If you're drafting behind a truck, that truck is breaking the wind. So when you pull out, next thing you know, your car is hitting the wind. So you're using more gas. But if you sit behind that truck, it feels like you're cruising because you are. We use the same technique in distance running, especially in sprints. Because in distance sprints, you can feel everything. You can feel the wind, you can hear everything, and you have to adjust for it. So if you're trying to keep up with somebody, especially if your core is weaker than your opponent's, if your stomach core is weaker than your opponent, you're going to start leaning over because you're trying to keep up with them. You're going to be trying to force your stride. Well, as soon as you do that, your knees are not going to be able to come up as far, and you're going to start losing ground. It's just an automatic thing. So you have to shift back so your knees can come up, and then you can match their stride. When their foot hits, your foot hits. Except you're running on their outside. So it depends on how close you want to get to them. So if they have a long stride like I do, and their feet are coming all the way back like this, and they have a really long stride, well, you have to make up that space in the race at some time. So what do? You get on the outside. So you're running up on them, but now you don't want to pass them up. You want to conserve your energy and let them break the wind. So you're coming around a turn, you're going to slingshot them off of the last turn. So what do? You get right on their outside and you move right into their inside leg. And you're matching their stride. So as soon as you come around that bend, you've already cleared yourself. There's a technique in running. When you watch a Thing Mo run, you study the way she runs. There's a whole science to it. But that's the competitive things you have to learn in order to run against somebody, especially if you're the weaker person. You want to stay in the race. Other than that, you can burn yourself right out of a race. Yeah. This is why when somebody is running the 800 or the mile and they take off, they get tired a lot faster than the pack. The pack moves right up on them, and eventually they catch them. Why? Because they're moving as one. They're not using as much energy to move as the person out there by themselves, and they usually get caught. And what happens when they get caught? They're tired because they're running against the wind. They're running even if there's no wind, they're still getting hit with more resistance than you are because you're running as a pack. You see the same thing car racing. You see the same thing in biking. That's why you stay in that pack, and then you slowly break out and make your move. I'm gonna read some of your comments. When you going to get back into running? I can't. My knees are shot. You ought to be a track coach. I could be one. You got to share some of this knowledge. I'm sharing it with you. I could be a track coach. I was invited to be a track coach a long time ago. I turned it down. They wanted me to be a runner coach. But yeah, some of those techniques will, like I said, especially if you're not strong. Now, once you get strong, strength can also hurt you because, oh, with kids, yeah, I'd love to coach kids. Oh, well, coaching kids is different now because if I was going to coach kids, I would like to coach like really like kids that are like 9 and 10 years old. That they're not influenced by NCAA or because you find college, even high school, these kids are, it's just different. High school's different because the whole drug game is entered into the high school. And it's definitely in the NCAA. When you look at Oduduru, who won the NCAA and the 100 and the 200, he's banned. He didn't even get a chance. He didn't even get not one solid year to come out and compete and get paid to run track before he was banned. He's banned. So we know that in the NCAA, when he went to NCAA and won it, we know he was on drugs. So I mean, I would like to coach like, I don't know, even I guess up to middle school kids, but you know, the kids that are like, I don't know what grade a 9-year-old, 10-year-olds are, but just the love that I see when they're trying their hardest, I love that. Like I love to see kids like get out there and really. It's before everybody gets in their ear, and scholarships, and you know this. It's real competition. Like this kid is really running and really trying. I like that stuff. I don't like how, even though I watch the NCAAs, I just don't like how you don't know if somebody's on drugs or not. I just don't like it. I don't like the unfair advantage. I love, I love the innocence of running because it's just you. I mean, you're it's a team sport, but mostly it's you, and it's like, what do you got? Either you can run or you can't. You know, and even for people who are slow, uh, you know, when I look at somebody who is not very fast, you know, because I wasn't very fast, I look at them and go, I bet I can make you fast. Yeah, the younger kids, man. Yeah, that's what's up, little T-ball. Yeah, that's what's up. Little hand-eye coordination. See that type of stuff I love because they're not all beat up by the system. Those kids are just kids. They just like to run. They like to compete. They're not all sour grapes and there's a heavy loss. I mean, I played sports ever since I could. I played baseball. I was on Little League Baseball. I was a pitcher. One day I was so nervous, I threw the ball up on the, and it landed up on the batter's mound. And everybody laughed at me. It was funny. They were cracking up. But I was also able to strike people out. My whole thing was I was strong, but I couldn't control the ball. I was better at outfield, but When it comes to like a good fast pitch, I could do it, but my accuracy sucked. But we were the Cardinals, okay? That's who I played for. And we had a coach. And our coach loved us. And I'm telling you, we got out there and we would stink up the field. But that coach would take us out to Dairy Queen even after we lost. Why? Because he knew we had a good time. He didn't care. And if we won, oh my God, it was pandemonium. Oh, we win a game, it was panic because we sucked. We sucked, but we had a great time. And that, I love that right there. Yeah, innocence. Yeah, they're not influenced by the world. They're not. I loved our coach. And one day, our coach, his house burned down because he took us to his house once. He built his house. He literally built it, and it was in the woods. It was nice, and he took us all out to his house one day. He was like, "Yeah, I built this house," and one day it all burnt down. All burnt down. It was so sad. So sad. We loved him. Yeah, put him on first base. Put him on first base, man. I love first base. That's where all the action is. There's always action at first base. Let's see what's wrong with this. Even if I don't try, still do things that I'll just find sometimes. My nose! But ask you all the day. What's the worst that can happen? You can tell me no. Tell me go away. Like my dance move, Matt. I don't need to smile. Where you at, Matt? I lost my dance move in '86. Relax. '86. This is the last time I was able to dance back in '86. That was it. Summer of '86. That was it. It was the and then and then the that got me, Matt. It got me. My sacroiliac. It got me in the sacroiliac, Matt. I'm like, Matt. Dang. I'm gonna walk this one off, Matt. Let me walk. I had to walk it off, Matt. I ain't been the same since. It's okay though. Still got that right knee. Tell me when it's gonna rain, but you ever want to get me on the dance floor, I'm good for about. I'm good for one song, Matt. Wait a minute. I think I'm good for. Hold on. Let me test it out. I think I'm good for one. Wait. Even if I don't try. Wait a minute, Matt. Hold on, baby. Wait a minute. Bam. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see if I can find it. Let me go back to '86, Matt. Hold on. I'm going back to '86, Matt. Okay, I got it. Bam. Boom. Boom. Okay. I still got. Okay, yeah, I still got a little something in the tank. Just in case you wanna I still got something in the tank. I got a little reserve for you, Matt. I ain't done yet. Ah, ah, ah. Now where you at? Now we. Girl. Hey, hey, girl. Don't make me dip. That costs a little extra. That costs hey. You gotta pay for the dip. You got all right, small town. Can't get no dip. Dips are not free. Dips ain't free, small town. I'm just trying to tell you. You trying to give me the dip, I'll be like, wait a minute now. Girl, that's gonna cost you a ham sandwich. Dips ain't free, small town. I know how you get down. Man, I'm trying to tell you, I got the whole thing back for about 5 seconds. Well, I'm trying to tell you, Matt, girl, put something on you. Bobby Brown came with it. Boy, Matt don't want none of this. I'll put that. Shoot. I go get them good shoes I ain't put on in 5 years. Them good church shoes. I go dig up them church shoes. Like, oh, you done started. I go get them good socks at the bottom of the drawer on the left-hand side. Oh, you gonna make me put on my good socks. Put on my good socks, man. I'll rock you. Just because you're 31, don't me? Bam with the little down with the shoulder, with the shoulder, with the shoulder, with the shoulder, with it. I'll tell you. I know. She hit me with some of that good Haitian food. I'd be done. I'll be like, where you going? You ain't right. Yo, treats be right. That, you know, treats be right. She'd be like, I'm just going to the store. You ain't coming back. No, you ain't coming back. I know it. What? How did you come up with the song? Oh, did you ask me this earlier? What was feeling behind it? Feeling. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the song that I just made. This one, even though I don't try. I'm gonna tell you something. I've been writing songs since I was. Even if I don't try. Hold on a second. Still the things I got that good knee there. I'll just find. That's the good one. Hold on a second. Ask you all the day. What's the worst that can happen? Tell me now. Tell me go away. I'll be just fine. At least I try. At least I try. Make things up as I belong. Can't go. I try. Make things up as I belong. No one is perfection. No one likes rejection. Figure out how to look at the it's another chance for something new. I think I'll buy some new shit and go on down to the nearest 5 and 9. To the child, look around, look around. Spin around to the right 3 times. Stop, look the other way. Figure out side to side. Make things up as I go along. Ain't no love will come along. Make things up as I go along. Oh, love will come along. Yeah. How to get a sandwich now? I do it. Huh. Mm-hmm. How to get a sandwich now? I'm sorry. Okay, the song. How'd I come up with the song? Oh, you like the beat? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I had to get some cold cuts, brother. I've been talking for hours. I ain't got no grapes. I ain't had grapes in a minute. Grape soda? I ain't had grape soda in a minute. With some chips? I got some water. So I made the song. I didn't even write it down. I just made the beat up, and I just started singing, and the words just came to me. If you can't tell by now, I'm good at telling a story. I'm good at making up stuff. So sometimes I'll make a song up just on the fly. I'll write it down. I'll just start singing about something. Sometimes it'll be whack. Be like, oh, that was terrible. And sometimes it'll come out like that. Like, love will come along. So I took it and I put it out there so, TikTokers can use it. You know what I'm saying? And people can, I don't know, get jiggy with it. I have a lot of songs that I haven't really put out. And there's some I did put out. Like, I put this song out. See if I can play it. Come on. Mama doing cooking, better put it in the pot. Come on. Mama good looking, but to put it in the pot. Okay. Mama got a turkey legs, about to put it in the pot. All right. Mama got a chicken leg, about to put it in the pot. Okay. Come on. Yeah. See? Stuff like that. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's me singing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do a lot of different. I try different stuff, but I switch it up. I be switching it up because you never know when I switch it up, man. You know, I got some songs on me with the harmonies, but that put in the pop song. I just heard the beat and just start. I'm in the kitchen, better put it in the pot. And the first take, it just sounds so good. I said, okay. I went ahead and put it together, put it out there so people can use it on TikTok. So I can get a little coin from it. I don't get much from it, a couple cents every now and then, a couple pennies. But, in perpetuity. Cost me $35 to publish it. I make all kind of stuff to just, here's a chill beat. I want to play this one. Play. I'm not singing on this one, just some music I made with my iPad. I made that beat too. Let's see, what's this one? Tone, get down. Yeah, Tone, get down. Tone, get down. Tone. Classic hip hop right here. Oh, New York, New York City. It's your boy. One time. Come on. Where you at, Natalie? Shit. Straight out of Gainesville. Come on. Yeah, that's that classic hip hop. That hard, ain't it? Boy, that song hard. Boy, that hard. I ain't never put that beat out. Yeah, man, I just be messing around making beats. My bad. I didn't mean to do y'all like that. This is more for y'all. It's more for y'all. Something you can slide into. That other stuff too aggressive, too much. That's too much. You go, Nat, a little something. Hey, those up on your neck. Those up on your neck. No. No. It's your boy. It's too much. Sometimes it's just too much. Sometimes it's too much music. Too much, too much. Too much music. My bad, Matt. Matt left, she left. Too much. Softer. All right, here's some soft for you. Too much, too much. Okay. How about this? Uh, uh, baby, baby. How about that, look? It was chill. Yeah. That little lo-fi. See you have. I see you, Matt. I see you, Matt. Yeah, you know what it is. That lo-fi, baby. I love lo-fi music. I love it. Yeah, that lo-fi, man. Some more lo-fi for you. Go lo-fi, man. Yeah, some chill. Hey, they chill. What you got? What's your question? call me about something. Tell me about it. It's more lo-fi for you. Little lo-fi action. Boy, Tom gets down. Tell him about it. I do. That isn't rude. That isn't a rude question. That happens to a lot of people. There are a lot of very talented people in the world who, that's because. So I used to go out and perform. I've been on stage before, but it's a very backstabby world. Very, very backstabby. I didn't like it. So whenever digital came out, I became the recluse that I am now. Not everybody wants to compete. That's the thing about music and the talent industry. Not everybody is competitive. Not everybody wants to fight tooth and nail. People don't want to pay you, but they want you to perform. It gets old quick. You're like, now that people want you to get paid off of exposure, you get exposure. No, pay me. They don't want to pay you. So it's disrespectful when, or they'll say we're going to pay you and then you perform and then they don't want to pay you. It's a very backstabby world. So there's a lot of egos involved. People see you shining and they want to. I never thought of myself as a professor, but could I be a teacher? Yeah. I could probably teach health or something like that. But now teaching today is, people don't even know what a woman is. What's a woman? A woman tits and ass? What's a woman? No, we don't know what a woman is. I don't like the world. See, I've seen a lot of stuff like this coming a long time ago. I see a lot of destructive things, a lot of destructive elements. There's a lot of destructive elements that were already in the world. But I thought about becoming a substitute teacher. I'm still milling that over. Step in every now and then. Teach the chitlins. Step in and tell them, hey, A squared plus B squared isn't always C squared. All right? You know that? All right. What do you want? What do you want, kid? What do you want? What you got the hand raised for? What do you want? Now I can teach them something. Hey, you, what's a sphincter? You know what a sphincter is? Everybody's got one. You know what it is? All right, ask your mother what a sphincter is. your mother. Go home and ask your mother. Ask your mother already. I mean, I could be a teacher. I actually have a degree. I have a bachelor's degree in health administration. Yeah. So I could probably teach something in health. I'd like to teach biology. That's what I'd like to teach. I'd like to know. I would. You know what? If I was going to be a teacher, I would like to teach anatomy because I'm still enthralled with the human body. Even though a man could be a woman now, there's just some things about anatomy that you just can't, decide that your heart's on. And, there's just some principles are never going to change no matter what they do. So, yeah, either biology or anatomy, but I don't have a degree in biology or anatomy. I just have it in health administration. But something in the healthcare field, yeah, I would teach that. Probably, I don't, I think if I was going to teach, I think I'd teach middle school kids. I don't think I would teach high school kids. Middle school kids are still teachable. High school kids, they're so disrespectful and they're annoying now. High school boys are shooting up schools. High school girls are just in a whole nother world of disrespect. Like the high school girl is a dangerous person. So I don't really have like high school, no. But middle school, yeah. Or I don't think college, maybe. I wouldn't mind being a substitute teacher at college. Because college kids, they're on their own. They're not tethered to their parents as much. And they're a little bit more receptive. Plus, the rules of college kids aren't the same for high school kids. High school kids, you gotta watch what you say to them. College kids, you're an adult now. Hey, you can vote. So the world is ugly. So, you want to know about the world? Okay, fine. Let's go. I'll tell you about it. But high school kids, you still gotta pull your punches with them. Yeah, you can have more dialogue with a college student. And the college female is not as frail. She's not looked at as, it's just, you can't talk to a high school female. If you're a male, you really have to look out for the high school female. And I just don't like that. You know what I mean? The high school female is very volatile and she can put you under very quickly. Very, 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 very quickly. Very quickly off of an accusation. The college student can too, but the college student is different because they are adults. So it's just different. But the high schooler is just a whole nother battle. It is a scary place for a man to be around a high school female. They're just too much, and they're they're out of control, and I just don't want no part of that. I don't want to be in the wake of a high school female. because they want to tear stuff down. It's like, go ahead, tear it down, honey, but you ain't taking me with you. And then once they come out of that tailspin, then they're all, I'm sorry. 10 years later, after you've been locked up, I'm sorry, I told a lie that you kissed me. A girl really did that to a guy. He was a high school standout. He's gonna be a professional football player. And she told a lie and said that he forced himself on her in an elevator. And he kissed her. Black, they're both black. They put him in jail for 10 years. She got paid $1.5 million. And then finally she said it was a lie. And he got out of jail. I don't know what state it was, but if you look it up, you'll find it. He's still trying to go to the NFL. I feel so bad for him. 10 years? 10 years in jail for something you didn't do? He was like, what are you talking about? They threw his black ass in jail so quick. He didn't stand a chance. That little whore got $1.5 million. That little piece of trash of a woman got 1.5. I can't do it. I can't do it. Give me middle school. Give me hell. I'll take third graders. You want me to coach track? Give me some third graders, some worn out Nikes, some orange slices, and a tub full of Gatorade. Let's go. Let's go, kids. We're going to the track. Let's go! We're gonna run till we throw up. Hey, I'll see you back tomorrow, same time. See you later, go time. That's what I want. Hey, be back tomorrow. I'll be here. I'll be here, man. See you tomorrow, kid. Same orange slices, same Gatorade, same worn out Nikes. Let's do it. Socks all the way up to our knees. Striped. Where's Waldo socks? Or some fluorescent socks from the 80s and 90s. Just out there, holes in our sweats, doing sit-ups in the rain. Let's go. Yeah, running, jumping, getting shin splints. Let's go. All right, time. This is a good time. That was a good time. That's a good time. Somebody pick her up. Let's go. Pick her up. Get up. Walk it off. Let's go. Walk around for your next one. And go. Let's go. Go. And time. What was that? Oh, yeah. Walk it off. Yeah, man. I do it. Shoot, get me some sixth graders. Some hardcore sixth graders. Out there on the track, hardcore sixth graders. After school? Absolutely! Cross country? Get them out there in the sticks? Get them in the stick stack? You ain't ready? it's too much, especially women. Some of the mothers just come up with the most ridiculous. Mothers be complaining about the stupidest stuff. Your son's playing football. Like I refereed a game of football, and the kid said, "Ref, this guy over here, he's hitting me. He's kicking me." I said, "Kick him back." He went and told his mother. She came up to me after the game. "Excuse me, ref. Excuse me." You told my son to kick another boy because he was getting kicked. I said, "Yes, I did." What's the problem? We can't catch. We can't. There's 30 kids. There's 30 kids on the field. There's 2 refs. This is middle school. These kids run faster than I do. How am I supposed to? What do you want me to do? Defend yourself. Hit him with a Mean Joe Green. Do something. Because I can't catch it. Where do you want me to go? Talk to the kid. Hey. Don't do that. He gonna do it anyway. Your son has to learn how to kick him back. Now, little boy, stop kicking you. Kick him right back. Now it's down to who's a better kicker. New York, Now it comes to who can kick better, who can kick first. Come on. Oh my bad, it's too much. That fade down. You ain't ready now. New York, My bad, I got too much info. Yeah. I plan on being around. You know about that. You don't know about that right there. I was jamming one night. I was jamming one night. Oh, you know what? How was Paris? Matt. You must have really been all up in my business. Paris was interesting. Yeah. Yes. You like my stories? You like me a little bit, Daddy? I'm telling. Uh, shoot, Paris, man. When I went there, I saw a guy in the subway playing the guitar, and so I learned how to play the guitar. Yeah, I was only there for a short time. I was in England, and then we took the train into Old Paris. You take the train under the water, and then you come out in Paris. It runs under the English Channel. Why they did that, I don't know. But yeah, so that's how you get to Paris. If you're in England, you take the train. It goes up under the English Channel, travels for about 2 hours. Uh, it's really cool. You're traveling under a whole body of water, that they dug up under there. So when you come out, you come into the train station, and you think you're going to see a bunch of white people with funny hats. You see a lot of different people there, Hispanics, a lot of African people there, and they speak English. So, you want to trade. Well, I don't know what they're using now, the euro. So that's where you trade your money. So if you have dollars, you trade it into the euro. Then you walk right out, and right down the street is Moulin Rouge. You get on what you got yourself a pamphlet. It tells you where all the spots to eat are. It tells you what buses to catch when you want to go see the Eiffel Tower. You want to go see the Louvre. You want to go see other landmarks. Paris is fascinating. There's a lot of bloody history in Paris. A lot of bloody history. But when you go over there, I mean, it's fascinating because all of these, places that all of this blood spilled happened, you really can't tell that, any of these things happened there. The place where Joan of Arc put her cannons up, set them up so she can fire down on the English, there was that whole mountain that was there. It's all gone. It's a huge street that runs through there, and there's huge palaces that are there that have been torn down. I mean, it's just even the Louvre itself it's a huge museum that you can't go through. Like I saw the Mona Lisa, no big deal. But when you go through and look at the artwork in the Louvre, you realize that you can't walk through this thing all in one day. You can't. It's so big, and it's actually one. It's actually one palace. It's three buildings, but they're all connected. They all belong to one person. That whole thing belonged to one person. So, there's just a lot of blood spilled that Paris had because of the Tudors and the stupidity of the Tudors, the French Revolution, Maria Antoinette lost her head, Joan of Arc, who was burned at the stake. Um, like I said, the French Revolution, the Napoleon, and all that, they were all right there. Louis the 14th, Louis the 14th, Archduke Ferdinand and all them goofies. I don't think Ferdinand was there. But, a lot of dukes and duchesses, they were all right there. A lot of idiots are right there. And so that's what makes it so interesting. And then you can go out in further into Paris and look at castles. You can walk through castles and stuff like that. So you can see where one of well, in England you can actually see one of uh, Henry the well, they called him Henry the Eighth, but it was Henry the Eighth. But they called him Henry the Eighth because he was so big. They actually had to help him get on a horse, and he was known for cutting off his wives' heads because they couldn't bury him a son. But I've seen his castle. If you go down, like they still have moats in those castles. They still have dungeons in those castles. The dungeon they didn't touch the dungeons. Like they're still there. People died in there. It's just fascinating. So I suggest go see it. Go to Paris. Um, you'll I mean you'll like it. I mean, you might not like the people saying go home tourists because there's so many tourists that come to Paris. But when you look at Notre Dame, you know, the church, the story of the Hunchback of Notre Dame, Notre Dame is actually a church. So that particular church that they're talking about, where all those cartoons were made about the Hunchback, I've been in that church. And that church, behind that church, is actually a real cemetery. And it's still there. Like the people who are buried there, there's a real people that's what I'm saying. It's fascinating because a lot of the history that you read about and hear about, you can go and look and see these people are right there. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. Interesting. And the church is so old, but it's so beautiful. And I think it caught fire at one time. It's just really interesting. The people are different too because the Eiffel Tower is probably the most crowded place. The Eiffel Tower is full of people trying to get you to buy these, pictures. None of them are authentic. They're all copies. But the Eiffel Tower is, a true wonder to look at. It is magnificent. It is truly magnificent to look at. Um, yeah. So I suggest I suggest you go. You'll see a lot of gypsies. I don't remember the Wall of Rocks. You'll see a lot of gypsies, a lot of gypsy people, a lot of them. They're, I think they're all, I think they're Turks. I think they're Turkish people. So you'll see a lot of wandering Turkish people, a lot of gypsies. You'll see a lot of African people that are French speaking. They may know English, but they don't speak it. They speak French, and they also speak their native languages. Yeah, so they'll be dark chocolate Africans. They'll be dark, beautiful Africans, but they will not like you because you're an American. So there's that. They're jealous of American people, American black people for sure. So yeah, the Africans. They have a misconception of us. They think we're lazy and privileged and all this other stuff. They're not wrong, but yeah, like we went to a McDonald's. Me and another woman who's black, who I was there with. And we stand in line, and the guy behind the counter just got done speaking another language to somebody else. I don't know what he's speaking, but he looks at us and he goes, "Can I help you?" We were like, "Yeah, we wanna," and we ordered. And while we were ordering, the guy who was behind us, who was an African dude, he started speaking to dude in French, and he was upset because dude said, "Can I help you?" to us. He thought that we were being privileged and going before him, but we were there before he was. So he was basically saying, "Why did you help them and not help me?" He was like they were next in line. Now they were saying us all in French, but I understood it. So he was pissed about that, but he didn't say nothing to us. He's speaking to old boy. So after dude handled that, took our order, we got our food, we sat down, and then we saw another gypsy girl. She walks in, she has a baby. She walks in, there's two African girls sitting there. We're looking at the African girls because we can see the gypsy girl walk in with the baby, and she walks up to everyone and does like this. She has a baby and she points at the baby and she puts her hand out. She wants you to give her money so she can feed her baby. But that's not really what she's doing. She wants you to give her money because that's her gig. The baby barely moves. It doesn't cry. It doesn't nothing. The baby, you think the baby's a baby doll, but it's a real baby. Now this is how used. This just shocked me. This is how the baby it's a baby. It can't stand on its own. That's how much of a baby this is. So the woman does like this, right? She walks into the two African girls, gets to their table, boom. Two African girls are like, no. She walks to the table behind them, which is right beside us. It's an African woman with a baby, and she's feeding her baby French fries. And the girl walks up to her and puts her hand out like this. Now the two African girls are looking at her, because you just asked them for money. They said no, and they see their kid who's trying to feed their baby, and the African woman says to her, "This is for my child." But the gypsy woman was like, "Still give me money." That pissed those two African girls off. So they took some paper and they threw it at her first, and she ignored it. Those girls got up and slapped that woman in the back of her head until she left the store. They were beating the crap out of this woman in her head, and the baby never cried. That baby didn't say nothing. It didn't cry. It wasn't in shock. It wasn't nothing. The mother's holding the child, getting beat in the head, and running out of the store. Blah, blah. And these girls are speaking to them in their dialect. We didn't understand what they were saying, but she was blah, they were cracking her in the back of the head. Yeah, 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 yeah. Until old girl left the store, the two African girls sit back down. When they sat back down, we were friends like this, like, what the? Don't you know that gypsy walked right back in and went downstairs and started asking those people for money? And the baby still never cried. It is different. It is different in France. There are true barriers in France. There's true racism in France, and you need to know what side you're on. You need to know. You need to know before you go. My bad. My dance moves. You didn't know I had it in me? I still got dance moves. Because tomorrow don't mean I can't dance. I was jamming a little bit. Just a little bit. But yeah, they beat the hell out of that woman. And when I say they were smacking her in her head, they were smacking her dead in her. Like you could feel the smack. Kang, kang, kang. There was no, it is different in France. Let me tell you something. The whole time I was there, I barely saw a cop. I barely saw the police in France. Barely saw them. It's different in Europe, period. It's different. The cops aren't going around killing you in Europe. It's just a whole different type of thing. And listen, I can't go downtown where I live without thinking that the cops are going to arrest me for something I didn't do. In Europe, you don't look, nobody's paying you any mind. No one. I've been to Germany, Spain, England, France, and when I tell you they don't pay you, no, they could give a rat's ass about you. Nobody cares until you do something stupid. You got to go looking for the business in Europe. Other than that, nobody cares. They don't care about what you did. They don't care. You're not a super. Nobody cares. Listen, I was riding a train in France, and I saw this gorgeous woman, get on the train and sat right beside this young man, and he didn't even look at her. Over here, women think that everybody wants to screw them. They're so hypersexual over here because that's the world we live in over here. Over there, nobody cares about you. No, you are not even a thought. Like the women over here, they'll get their feelings hurt over there because there are some women over there who are so fine. They're so ridiculously good looking. I mean, and they're walking around every day like this, looking like something that came right out of a magazine, and nobody's all over them like, oh, nobody cares. So the women who think there's something over here, no, you'll go over there and get your feelings hurt because those women over there are that deal. And you know what? A lot of them are not fat. You don't get the whole, they have to, these people making these videos of how they lost weight. It was like, how'd you get that big in the first place? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that instead of, champion you and your weight loss. No, how'd you get that damn big? Like, you don't see foreigners making videos like that because you don't see a lot of fat foreigners. You don't. Listen, you go to Spain, they take siestas. They take the freaking afternoon off on your ass. Like, it is a whole different story. Sex and sexiness and all that, it is different in Europe. You're just not that big of a deal. Over here, you flash some titties and it's a big deal. Over there, titties is nothing. It's nothing over there. A fine woman walking around, just gorgeous with the whole boom bam, nothing. Every day. I'm telling you, you'll get your feelings hurt if you think that you got the hottest cooch in the world. You will get your feelings hurt because it's a different type of beauty in Europe, in Spain. Oh my God! But Paris. Now you know what? I didn't understand why they go to Paris and have these big soirees, because somebody was from Paris came to America. I know why now. There are some stunningly good-looking people, men and women, stunningly good-looking people in Paris. It's just ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And like I said, these are everyday average people. and you looking at them like you should be making million. They're like, you should see my sister. Like, wait, what? I'm telling you, some good looking people, and they're passe about the whole thing. Over here, we make a big deal out of the stupidest things. Over there, they don't care. You'll get your ass kicked and nobody will care. It's a different world. It's not a bunch of people running around with guns in Paris. It's this and knives. This is why you don't see a lot of violence over there. It's a whole different story. When you got to put the bangs up, you know what I'm saying? When you catch, when you get caught with a straight razor to the face, it's different. You calm down real quick. Real quick. When you don't know if you about to catch a $150 and you ain't got no bang bang, it's a whole different story. Like you don't even feel. Look, I'm 6'2", I'm 280. I feel like when I walk in the gym, I know people are looking at me, wondering if they can take me. When you go to Paris, you don't feel none of that. There's no hostility that you feel over there. It's just a different world. Makes you want to live there. Now, of course, there are people that will tear your ass a new one, but you got to go find those people. And I'm serious about that. Other than that, your everyday stuff, Paris is a beautiful place to visit. The cobblestone streets, the houses, it's just different. And you don't feel tight. Like you feel like in Paris, you feel like Paris and England. Okay, for one, England is a very wet place. It's very drab. But that's also what saved them from Spain. See, at one time, the Spaniards, they invaded everyone that they could. This is why the so-called Mexican people, they're just like, we're Spanish. No, you speak Spanish, but you're not Spanish. You're Issachar. Your native language. I'm not going to get into that. Anyways, you're black. But when Spain they wanted to invade England because they had a larger army and they actually had a larger armada. So when you hear the term Spanish Armada, they're talking about the ships. They had a larger navy than England had. England couldn't touch them when it came to the navy. So what they decided was they wanted to take over the monarchy in France. And England wanted to do the same thing too. But they wanted to take over the monarchy in England, excuse me. They wanted to take over the monarchy in England. And the monarchy in England and in France, they're actually related. So when Mary Queen of Scots lost her head, her cousin Elizabeth cut her head off. Just know that. But so the Spanish came to invade, and the English knew that they couldn't match them as far as beating them man for man. There was too many people. Their army was bigger. The flotilla that they had was a lot larger. However, the Spaniards did not atone for the English weather. Their ships were made for open seas. Their ships were not made for the canals. So when their ships came in close to rocky shores, to land, they all got broken up. And, hundreds and hundreds of men lost their lives because their ships couldn't handle the weather. They couldn't handle the water. And they just got tossed and, shattered. And that's what actually saved England. It's a true story. So the English Channel actually is at that time, was a kind of like a shield where you just couldn't run up and invade, by the English Channel. You just couldn't do it. Or you would be lost at sea. So, or right there at the channel. So yeah, that's what saved their ass. Um, Plus, all that fighting that they were doing with France wasn't helping them at all either. And yeah, they would lose a lot of men fighting amongst each other because they would uh, they would they would fight over land, and they would fight over rumors. You know, one person would say something that was completely wrong, and then one person would invade another, and it was just ridiculous. But yeah, so but if you go there now, if you go to England, it's a very it's a place that has a lot of overcast. Overcast meaning there's a lot of storms. So the sun shining all the time is not going to happen in England. You're going to have a lot of overcast. You know, um, but it's part of England's mystique. Big Ben. You get to see Big Ben. You also get to see that main like river that's there. I forgot what that river is called, but during the times of like the plagues and stuff like that, that whole setup was interesting, especially where the water is. Even after the plague, see 70 million people died because of the plague. But a lot of the reasons why they died is because they were unsanitary. What the English used to do is they would dump their waste, their feces, out of the window, along with their trash and food scraps. And sometimes it would fall right on top of somebody else's head. And they'd be like, okay, somebody just dumped their trash and stuff on top of me. And they would keep walking like it's nothing. So it gave you that Game of Thrones feel where with the city of Game of Thrones, and they was throwing trash. That came from England. So English would really do that. They would just take their stuff and just throw it out the window, and they didn't care who it fell on. Well, you can't do that because for one, feces, and then food and stuff like that, all that stuff has bacteria in it. Once that bacteria tries to re-enter your system, you start to get sick. So when the Black Plague came along, a lot of people got sick simply because, for one, the Black Plague was spread by seafaring brigands. It was spread by men who traveled on ships, and they would carry food. The food that they would carry, the meat that they would carry were livestock, and some of them were pigs. What happened is pig's blood would get mixed with rat's blood. There are always rats on ships. Why? I don't know. So their blood would get mixed, and how they would get mixed is through mosquitoes. So the pig, the pig would get slaughtered, and the mosquito would land in the pig's blood, and then it would bite the rat, and then it would fly off and then bite the human. You have the Black Plague. That's how it spread. And then, of course, it had other ways of spreading, but that's basically how it spread. This is why some people got it, some people didn't. The people who didn't get it lived in very rural, far away places, but the people who lived in very concentrated places, like the city of Rome, that had 1 million people during that time. This is one reason why Rome was heavily affected by the Black Plague. Is because the plague, the mosquitoes would follow the people because they need what? The blood. So Rome had all kind of major roads coming into it because there was all type of people who were they weren't Roman by birth. They were Roman by being conquered. So if the Romans would go out and conquer a Germanic tribe, they wouldn't kill everybody. Not unless, they were all warriors and they all wanted to die, they'd be like, now you're part of Rome. Rome was the third largest I'm hungry. It's the reason why I can't speak. Empire. They were the third largest empire. But the reason why is because they didn't kill everyone. They went and said, hey, we're going to, we'll kill you, but we don't want to. We just want to, trade with you. And now you're under our protection. You're part of the Roman Empire. Other than that, we're going to kill you. So, your choice. You pay taxes to Rome. So Rome had really swelled up. And while it was swelling up, the Black Plague hit. Those mosquitoes just followed people right into town. So it just followed right along the road. And once it got into Rome, the people were already starving because the emperor that time handed over his duties to his friend, and his friend was hiding the wheat that was coming in from Egypt. And he knew the people were, on the brink of death for starvation. So he's like, I'm going to hide the wheat into a certain place, and then I'm gonna release it all at once, and I'm gonna seem like the hero, and I'll be the emperor, which was a stupid thing to think. Once the people figured this out, he had to stand before the emperor, and the emperor was like, "Is this true? Did you really do this?" And then the emperor stabbed him in the side, and then they took him outside and gave him to the people, and the people ripped him apart physically. They just tore his whole body apart. But a lot of people died of starvation because of him, and they also were dying from the Black Plague. So a lot of the people that died from the Black Plague, a lot of it was human error. And that was just that. Some people thought that it was God cursing humans. So this is why you have the people who ran around with those beaks. You can even find people dress up like that today. They were actually priests. They had the black hoods on and they had the beaks, and those were priests. You also have people who thought that God was punishing them, so what they would whip their backs and they would pray to God and they would whip themselves because they thought that if they tortured themselves, that God was going to stop the Black Plague from happening. And also Michel Nostradamus, he was alive during the time of the Black Plague, and he was looking for a cure. And Nostradamus came up with the rosebud cure, which basically would, once you took his medicine, he was a doctor, once you took his medicine, it would heat up your blood and kill off some of the plague. I mean, it didn't all work, but some of it, he did have a good idea. And we still use that idea today because when you get a fever, what did your mother used to do? She used to put you under a bunch of blankets and give you soup. What did that do? It heated up your body to kill off the virus. So that was the same thing he was doing. He was like, well, if I heat the body up, the virus can't live, in here. So he was correct. He was also a prophet. He had a bunch of visions, and things along that line. But all of that happened, Rome and England, France, of course, with a lot of other stuff too. And when you go to England, you're just like, wow, all this stuff happened right here. You're standing in it. War zones, against the French. I remember driving down the street and the arch of Louis the 14th. You drive under the arch of Louis the 14th. It bugs my whole head out because the arch is huge. It's like, how is this? What did the rest of the building look like? I mean, the arch takes up 2 lanes. You're driving under it, and it's 2 lanes this way, 2 lanes this way, and then you're driving under it. It's like, what did the rest of this building look like? It had to be colossal. I mean, you like history like I do. You're just fascinated by it. I probably would like to go to Rome before I leave the planet, because I want to see some of the, the great. Well, some of the wonders that I wanted to see are, earthquakes took them out. So, as a matter of fact, I think every wonder except the pyramids and the Eiffel Tower, I think they're all, one leading tower of Pisa. I think the majority of them, earthquakes took them all out. So, there's that. But Rome is still fascinating, you know, because of, not only that, because of their empire. Well, for one, the Roman Empire, which is interesting, the Roman Empire never fell in the West, fell in the East. I got that right? Yeah. Because Constantine, even though he was about to be conquered by Hannibal, Hannibal decided at the last minute not to take Rome. So you have Rome where Constantine was, who was the first Christian emperor, and then you have the Rome that was taken over for their stupidity, where a lot of Caesars and all that. You hear all these guys, Augustus, and and all these people, and the Roman Praetorians, and the stories. That was a different part of Rome. That was the major city of Rome. Uh, that was taken over, and that was overran. But that was over. It was overran for two reasons. One, because people stopped believing in the emperor because the emperors were terrible. They believed that they were the sun god. So they believed that if I'm emperor, I am God. This is why a lot of the people in the Bible who claim to be Christians got their heads cut off, like Paul, because Paul was a Benjamite. Benjamites are of the tribe of Benjamins, who you'll know if you look the bloodline of the tribe of Benjamins. They're black, they're Africans. So Paul was a black man, but he was also a Roman citizen. So when he claimed that Jesus Christ is Lord and he is King, they cut his head off. Because you can't claim that somebody else is king. That's treason. So they cut his head off for treason. So, I mean, anyway, so that's part of the reason why they got conquered. They stopped believing in their ruler. They started believing one Jesus Christ. Christianity was, came in and started changing people's, hearts and minds and beliefs and things along that line. And of course, you have the first Christian emperor, which ended up being Constantine. But even before that, Christianity was eating away the beliefs, but they also went to war with too many people. So conquering somebody, taking over their land, and then inviting them into the fold and saying, now we're one. It doesn't always work because those people who you conquered are proud people. And they don't want to believe in your God. They don't want to believe that the emperor is God. They still want to assassinate the emperor because you killed their family. So you had Roman soldiers who were Roman citizens because they served in the military. Now, this style of citizenship still goes on today. In Korea, you have to serve so many years in the military. You have to do it. So Roman citizens or citizenship was gained through the military. You come fight for us, you become a citizen. And what was promised to Roman soldiers is what? Land. That's what they promised them. So you have a lot of Roman soldiers who were fighting for it because they thought they would make it back home and have a plot of land. They would retire, have a plot of land. Well, some of the biggest problems with that is one, you're a Roman soldier, you're fighting all the time. Two, some of your leaders, your generals, weren't very smart. Marcus Aurelius was one of the smartest people probably in the world. But the thing that made Aurelius smart was, for one, he was kind of like a philosopher and he was a general. You know what I mean? So he would look at a situation with a very philosophical view, and more of the why are we doing this, so on and so forth. So when he fought against the Germanic tribes, he he didn't just want to bludgeon them to death and kill them all, and, but he would have to kill off the ones who did not want to come into the fold. So you would have them fighting up against people like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix, damn good leader and a general in his own right. But here's the thing about the Roman soldiers and the way they fight and the way that Vercingetorix fought. It's the same thing that, this is why I'm saying the only part of the Roman Empire fell. The other part is still going on today. We use Roman numerals, we use the court system, and we also use their way of fighting. When we as Americans, go out and fight as soldiers, we are not as we have something called a Geneva Convention. We use that Geneva Convention in order to fight each other. This is why you don't see people using gas weapons anymore, except now Putin wants to use them. But, he probably won't. But, if America fights against Russia, we use the Geneva Convention. There's a rule book that says you can use this, you can use that, you can't use flamethrowers. Can't use flamethrowers. You can't use Agent Orange. See, no more Agent Orange. When? Since Vietnam. No more Agent Orange. Agent Orange done a lot of harm to the American soldier just as much as it done harm to the Vietnamese. But you see what happened to us in Vietnam. We lost that. Why don't we lose it? Because the Vietnamese fought like Vercingetorix fought. They used guerrilla warfare. And they're very, very good at it. Guerrilla warfare is not something that the Romans used. The Romans used this kind of like the same form as the Spartans used. When the Spartans fought against Darius, King Darius and his son, the Spartans used a very lockstep and lock shield type of fighting, and they would hide behind their shield, right? For the most part, because everyone is as strong as the weakest shield. So they would make a wall and they would hide behind the wall and they would, fight. And of course they could come out, individually fight, but they didn't use a lot of hiding, for pride. Like for the longest time, during the World War I or World War II, snipers were shunned. It's like you're hiding and you're shooting and you're killing somebody. You're shunned until they found out how useful they are. But also, Geneva Code, snipers don't kill medics. They don't. Snipers don't see the medic and then bang the medic. Why? Because the medic is healing somebody, plus, he's healing somebody, and the medic is what? Defenseless. Don't kill the medic. Well, of course, some snipers did, but usually the snipers will not kill a medic because the medic is defenseless. So there's just some things that are in rule books that today we use in order to fight each other, but some of those things go way back to the Praetorians fighting against the Germanic tribes. If you go and you start looking at the stories of how the Germanic tribes would beat 20,000 Praetorians, it's just like, how did you beat this Roman army? Well, they were smart. What they would do is Rome had this thing called hubris, and they write about it. Hubris is pride. And the Roman emperors were very, very prideful. Caligula, all of them. They were prideful and stupid. Uh, and their enemies had a different type of pride. Boudica and her father, the king of the Britannians, they had a different type of pride. They were organized people, but they were also very feral people. So if you went into their lands, you could run into, tribesmen that were, basically, European Indians, and they had a very Indian way of fighting you. They didn't all, come together and then give orders, and they didn't do that. They came at you with whatever they had, and this made them very dangerous because you didn't know what they were going to do. And usually what that did was that made the Praetorians fight in an individual fight. So now it's you with your heavy armor, your heavy shield, fighting up against somebody who has two weapons and no shield. And, it's just a whole different way of fighting you. Also, they went into, they lost a lot of soldiers by going up into their lands because their lands are heavily wooded. And they found that there were different type of Britannians. There were the ones that you seen every day, and then there were these huge men that lived in the woods. And they were very, very feral, very strong, huge men. And, they got a hold of them. They slaughtered them. And they live deep in the woods. These are not people that come out and talk to you. They have rituals and stuff like that, And so basically what Rome did was they pissed Boudica off because they killed her father. The emperor tried to make a deal with him and went back on the deal and killed her father. And Boudica, and not only that, they killed Boudica's husband. And that's what set Boudica off to no end. When they killed her husband, she was like, bet. So she organized the Britannians, and they came into Rome and pretty much took it over, and had a bloody war. But you have to understand, the Roman army hardly was ever in Rome, and that was because of political reasons. Because whoever was the general, okay, I'll bring this all up to today. Our president, not the president we have now, Donald Trump. I'm hungry. This is why Donald Trump, what did he do on January the 6th? What Donald Trump did was he had a bunch of people that were outside, and he was saying that the election was rigged, and he encouraged and incited a riot. So the people went in and tried to take over the White House, right? What's important here is the White House is a heavily protected area. It is protected by the military. You can't even fly anywhere near the White House. You can't. So what happened there was, it should have been impossible. But the people who were supposed to protect the White House were not protecting it, or the people in there, which included the vice president. So what did we have here? The vice president was supposed to sign, something so the president, is no longer president anymore. They were after him and after Pelosi. Now, the vice president calls in the military, which is right down the street. right down the street. He's like, come now. There are people out here. They're coming to kill us. They're in the building. Somebody's already got shot. The guards can't hold them. Come now. What did the military do? Said no. The military said no. They were loyal to Donald Trump. Let's go back to Rome. Trying to keep my train of thought here. Let's go back to Rome. You hardly ever seen the Roman army in Rome. Why? Because whoever controls the army controls Rome. So the general and emperors always had beef. And at one time, the general, who was Julius Caesar, took over Rome. What happened on January the 6th? The same thing. Could have happened. Very close to it. If the military, all of the military, would have sided with Donald Trump, he would still be the emperor today. All the same. All the same. Rome never died. It only died in the West. Or, I'm sorry, in the East. Yeah, one of them. But only died in one place. The other place, it flourished. And it continued on. And this is why we still use, the judge, the military tactics. I mean, there's so much. I mean, we even still have, the Christian cross on our soldiers when we send them into battle. I mean, there's so much Roman influence on America today. It's not even funny. And they died. We still use their tactics today. But anyways, so yeah, the Britannians came in and took them over, and Rome was also weakened because they had generals who would take 20,000 soldiers and go off and get slaughtered. One general decided that he was better than another, so he took his 20,000 and marched into Germany. And when he did that, he was caught. His soldiers were slaughtered immediately. And when they caught him, he was somebody who was money hungry. And what he wanted to do was he wanted to, I think he was looking for gold. But he wanted to slaughter all these people and get this gold. So when they caught him and killed off all his soldiers, they heated up some, once again, Game of Thrones. Remember in Game of Thrones, Viserys, was caught by Drogo and them, and he was like, I want my crown, and they said, okay, we're gonna give you your crown. Remember what they did? They heated up a bunch of gold. They grabbed him, and then they poured the gold over his head. Well, that's what they did to this general, except they didn't pour it over his head. They poured it in his mouth. True story. And that's how he died. Gold down the throat. Hot, liquid gold right down his throat. That's how he died. So losing soldier after soldier after soldier after soldier, especially when they were chasing the Germanic tribes, is one thing that really, really weakened them. Because their hubris would, they were on a road marching. There was a thousands of them marching. They had an order to march somewhere by one of his, you know, generals. But the general didn't know that he was surrounded by Germanic tribes. He had no idea because they marched right down the street because they had all this pride. Well, the Germanic tribes were hiding in the woods and they were watching them. They just watched them like these idiots. They're surrounded. Like there's no way they're getting out of this. No way. So when the Germanic tribes, decided to attack them, they slaughtered every single one of them. Every single one of them. Once again, well, the thing about Rome is, if you slaughter a bunch of, Roman soldiers, you're going to get the full might of Rome that come down on you. So that's pretty much what happened. The full army came out, and what they did was they were right on the edge of Germany, and they said, we want to avenge these soldiers. So the Germanic tribes saw this and they said, what we want to do is bring them as far inland into Germany as possible. We do not want to fight the full might of Rome. We don't want to do that. We want them to come in towards us. But the problem with that is if you draw angry Roman soldiers into your land, they're going to do what? They're going to kill anyone, anywhere. See, killing their 20,000 soldiers was a huge mistake. It would have been better if you told them to turn around and go home. If you would have came out, showed your numbers, and said, go home. They would have had mercy on you. Because you're all men, you're all fighters, you're all strong, right? But you have women and children and old people who are in villages all around Germany. All around Germany. So if you make the emperor mad, what is he going to do? He's going to go and torch all of your little towns and all of your families, and they're going to find them and do the most heinous crimes, and that's what happened. That's what happened. So their idea of, we're going to draw them deeper in the deep waters. Well, the problem is you didn't tell everybody. So for miles and miles and miles and cities, they were all razed because now Rome is angry. Remember, Rome doesn't want to kill everyone. They want to pretty much acquire you to make Rome bigger. That's the name of the game. When Alexander the Great conquered, he would conquer a city and then he would call it what? Alexandria. He conquered the next city, call it what? Alexandria. He had a smaller army than most, but he would still beat them. He was just a very smart general. But he would conquer and conquer and call it Alexandria. Alexandria. He didn't kill everybody there. He's like, this is New Alexandria. This is Alexandria. That's what he did. He's like, now you trade with us. I'm your emperor. Alexandria. Rome would do the same thing. But Rome would kill any and everything if you pissed them off. And that's what you did. So they started drawing people in, further inland, and the Roman army slaughtered everyone. Everyone they can get their hands on. They even went to the site where all their soldiers were just decimated. The Germans even would take them and just do heinous things to their bodies because some of them were what? They were priests. So they would have all these rituals and stuff that they would do to the Rome. And that just really pissed the emperor off. I mean, you just don't do that. They're dead, dead is dead. But now you're going to make a mockery. So Rome went crazy. But the thing about it is they didn't send their whole army into Germany. That would be stupid. But they sent a great force in and they killed a bunch of people. The problem is that you're going into somebody else's land. You don't know how many people that they have. So Vercingetorix got all of the other tribes, even the ones he was warring with, but they were all Britannians. Or I'm sorry, they were all Germans. He's like, we all have beef with each other, but we got Rome. So is the enemy of the enemy my friend? So they said, bet that. Because by ourselves, we can't beat Rome. So they all got together. Rome wasn't counting on this. They were really after the certain groups that did this. But they didn't know that all these tribes would band together. That's what they did. Once Rome came so far inland, the reason why they really wanted to draw them inland and they sacrificed some people is because the Romans would march with their shields and they would carry wagons of supplies and very heavy stuff. Well, Germany is a very marshy, wet type of place. So once they got so far, many miles inland, separated from their main army, they came out and they showed a small force, and the Romans, in their hubris, thought we could beat them. So they set up camp, and a small force came at them. Just a bunch of feral berserkers. Romans, knock, loose, shoot them down, right? Well, then more came from over the hill. Bow and arrow. So the Romans are in one place, hiding behind this wall. They kind of this makeshift wall that they built. Well, the Germans are circling it. So they're running and picking you up. They're on foot. And they're used to the ground. And it's raining. And it's at nighttime. You're in their playhouse. So they're picking off, they're just running, pow. They don't even have to come in close quarters because Romans are better at close quarters. They're better at CQB. They're picking them off a distance. Once the Romans figured out that they couldn't beat them, they were like, we need to run. Well, how are you going to run when your armor is heavy? It's nighttime. You guys are tired. You got no sleep. They made noises. They kept them awake. How are you going to run? That's exactly what they tried to do. They tried to run. They even tried to build a little bridge so they could get their wagons and stuff over it. They couldn't do it. They got slaughtered. So that's just some of the stories of what happened to Rome and how Rome got weakened. But there's, of course, a lot more. And, I mean, like I said, Rome was the third largest. They also went into Africa. They went into Egypt. Egypt is where they get their wheat from. But they had to conquer Egypt. But you understand, when Rome conquered Egypt, they wanted to keep conquering. So Egypt, of course, Egypt they were not Middle Easterns, they were Africans. So let's get an understanding here. The people you see in Egypt right now are not Egyptians. They're not. They came in after Egypt was already taken over. They're not Egyptian, just like the Dutch did. The Dutch did the same thing. They came in and they actually fought with, Africans, over land. But at this point, Africa was weakened. That part of Africa was weakened. But, you have different countries that are right there. But Egypt was the main target. So you have Punt. You have, I'm tired, so I can't remember it all. But you have Ethiopia, and you have other countries that are, further in that the Romans wanted to conquer, but they couldn't. Uh, and if you're looking at Punt actually had a queen, and I forgot what her name was, but she conquered the Romans because the Romans pushed into Egypt and said, "We're going to keep pushing," and she was like, "Oh no, you're not going to do that." So the reason why she became important is because her husband, who was king at the time, you never watched Game of Thrones, okay? Her husband, who was king at the time, lost his life to the Romans. Well, that pissed her off. So what she did was she saw that what Rome always does is once they conquer a place, they have a small contingent there. There's like, this is our land. People know not to mess with them because Big Brother's going to come out and kill everybody. Well, when you're dealing with some African tribes, they don't care about that. So when she saw this, she came and killed the people that were there, and then she fed them the lions and did things along like that. And so, of course, Caesar saw this and he was like, "I'm coming for that ass," and he did come for her. But the thing is her tribesmen and her, because she fought too. She actually lost an eye. They beat him, and she was able, and then they had a meeting with each other, and he said, "What do you want?" She said what she wanted. That was it. So all of Egypt was conquered, but if you go deeper into Africa, that was never conquered by the Roman army. And Egypt itself, um, I'm gonna say like a lot of these places divided themselves before they were actually beaten by anybody else. There were always warring tribes before they lost to the outsiders. They were warring amongst each other. When you look at Judah, you were looking at was it north and south or east and west? You think it was north and south. But they were cut off in the middle, even though they're the same people, and they warred against each other until somebody came in and conquered them. And I think there was the Romans came in and conquered them in 14. I want to say 1446, but not 1446. I get my date wrong. But anyway, they came into Jerusalem and they conquered them, and they killed 1.5 million of them. And they also, while they were traveling there, they were eating people. So they would, hit these small villages, and the soldiers would eat the people, eat the babies, eat full grown, just eat the people. And they did this to cause horror. King Richard the Lionheart, he did the same thing. When he marched to Jerusalem, King Richard the Lionheart marched to Jerusalem because it was the holy city, and this is when the Middle Easterns had invaded the holy city. I forgot what dude's name was, but they were in the holy city. But that's because the Romans already chased the Jews out of the holy city. So the Africans were chased out of the holy city, and they fled into Egypt. They chased out of Jerusalem and fled into Egypt. And what did the Egyptians do? They enslaved them. But now the Romans are there, and the Romans leave. And then the Middle Easterns come in and occupy that space. When the Middle Easterns came in and occupied that space, It's Jerusalem is the holy city. So what happens is King Richard the Lionheart uh, is told that Saladin is in the holy city and it's being defiled by heretics. So the Muslim countries were in the holy city of Jerusalem. And they were claiming to be the Jews. And who's there today? The Middle Eastern claiming to be the Jews. The 5-pointed star? Middle Eastern people claiming to be the Jews. And who's also there? The white people, the Hasidic Jews, claiming to be the Jews. They're also claiming to be the holy people of Jerusalem, but none of those people are the ones who actually built Jerusalem. Those were black people, African people that came from Mesopotamia. I'm tired, but I'm talking. I have nothing to do. I will, but there's 3 people listening. This is a good audience for me. But anyways, anything I said, you guys can go look up Vercingetorix, Caesar Augustus, look up Richard the Lionheart, who got killed by the cook. He got killed by a cook. Look up Saladin. And especially the part about Jerusalem, because there's not a lot of information on that unless you dig for it. But they love to make these movies showing the Middle Easterns in Jerusalem and then showing white people in Jerusalem. It's like, especially Middle Eastern, it's like, you guys didn't create Jerusalem. You guys aren't the holy people of. You're not. We know you're not. You know you're not. Like, get out of here with that. You guys aren't Egyptians. You're not Egyptians. Your people didn't come from Africa. Your people didn't come out of Ethiopia, Timbuktu, Punt, the Tufians. You guys don't look nothing like that. You guys are Arabs, Kurds. You guys are Arabs. You're Darius's relatives. Like, come on now. You guys didn't build the pyramids. Cut that out. Yeah, the Romans came and chased the people out of Jerusalem, the Africans out of Jerusalem. They fled into Africa, or they fled into Egypt, and they were enslaved. And they came from Mesopotamia. And the reason why they came from Mesopotamia is because of famine. But like I said, you can look up anything that I said for yourself. And now there's more information about, the kings and queens of Africa. I think that everyone with a good brain knows that Middle Easterns aren't Africans, and they did not have anything to do with the Sphinx, and they didn't have anything to do with the pyramids. And I think that people are really starting to wake up to how influential the Africans were, uh, because there are There are people making great strides to try to say that white people were the original Africans. And I can't figure out how that's even possible. How can that be? With the equator being right there, Africa being right along the equator. How's that possible? How's that possible? How can a white person with their hair texture survive and flourish living close to the equator and still look like that? You can't. Your hair is a different shape than my hair. My hair doesn't cover my neck. Your hair comes down and covers your neck. It keeps it warm. Why? Because you're from colder regions. Your nose is smaller. Why? Because the air going in your nose cools off your brain. If there's too much, your brain will freeze. My nose is wider. Why? Because I'm from a warmer region and I need to cool off my brain, so I need more what? Airflow. Look at the Olmecs. The Olmecs in South America. The statue of the Olmecs. You know what they look like? Me. Wide nose, big lips. Their cranium is just like mine. Look at them. The Toltecs, the Olmecs, all of them the same. They all look like me. And now you have the people who are going, you lied to us. The Egyptian people, they're upset when somebody says Africans were the Egyptian people. They got mad at Kanye West or something, or Kevin Hart or somebody because they said that. It's like it's the truth. Saladin had nothing to do with the pyramids. Saladin came into the holy city and he was after a piece of the cross, a piece of the holy cross, and of course the city, because they believed that they were the holy people. Which it just is beyond me. It's like, how all of a sudden you're the holy people? You have nothing to do with this region. Well, when they did that, and King Richard the Lionheart, he was like, we're the holy people. We're the Christian crusaders. People that went around slaughtering thousands of people, had nothing to do with anything. They're like, why are you here? Thousands. We still have that patch today in the army. It's the Red Cross. That patch is still used today. And we're still doing what? Crusading today. You know that there were so many crusades, even children were crusading. A lot of them got caught and sold into slavery, but they were. You know who started the crusades? The papacy, the Pope. Is it any wonder that we've been at war for the last 235 years? The papacy, the Magna Carta, the Pope. Remember what I said about the army, the general, and the leaders? The Caesar and the general. Remember how I said how that power struggle is? Politicians don't want the army to be. They don't want the army. Listen, the Roman army was hardly ever in Rome because the politicians didn't want them there. They wanted to have all the power and say so. Same thing today. the papacy. What the papacy did was the Roman the Roman Catholic Church wanted to seize power over the people, but they always butted heads with the emperor. And at one point, one of the emperors was extradited, or how did, well, basically the papacy said, "You're no longer the emperor." The Pope. So the emperor said, "Okay." So he went to see him, and he was going to kill him. He went there just to murder him, to murder the Pope. Well, there has always been odds between the Pope and, the Caesars, the emperors. So the Pope didn't really have an army. He had a private army, but he didn't have an army. So what did he do? He wanted to get rid of the army. So they created the Magna Carta, and he came out and he read the Magna Carta, which was a bunch of lies that they told about Saladin and the Holy City, and called them a bunch of heretics. And the Magna Carta is still used today. If you look at when we go to war, what do? We come out in a White House press conference and we start talking about a country and what they're doing that's against us. We make a petition for war. It's the Magna Carta. It's the same thing. The Pope made a petition for war, and he stirred up all the army, and they all said, "We're going to march 2,000 miles one way, and we're going to kill every single one of them. Infidels is what they called them. And we're going to kill everybody on the way there." And that's what they did. The problem is, King Richard couldn't hold it. You brought your army to take it, but you couldn't hold it. And because he couldn't hold it, they left. And it was retaken by the same people. It's your boy Tom 202. I'm tired. I've been talking for 5 hours. And thank you for listening. Good night.